Heya! This is Pokeball 35, and welcome back to more Deltarune. This is Deltarune Chapter 3 again, because today we are going to be exploring Chapter 3 once more for the weird route of the chapter. This is all being streamed live at twitch.tv/Pokeball35, a link in the description down below. If you're not already subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do so, because I do have a lot to offer, including this full blind playthrough of Deltarune. If you missed my full playthrough of Chapter 3, it is in 2 parts. If you missed my full playthrough of Chapter 4, it is in 4 parts. All that's there. I am doing this after the events of me experiencing the end of the current set of chapters. Now, the thing is, with the weird route, back in Chapter 2, there was a whole segment of the game where once you get Noelle in the party, you could do some weird stuff. People used to call it the Snowgrave route, back when it was first discovered, like 2 hours after Chapter 2 even came out. In the files, it's called the Weird Route, so people call it the Weird Route now. But Noelle goes crazy off the rails, gets stronger and stronger, and then just kills Birdly, presumably. And then the rest of the chapter plays out semi-normally, except Spampton takes control, and then the rest of Hometown is almost kind of the same, but not really. But the chapter does end the same way, of Chris making the Dark Fountain in the living room. Here on my Chapter 2 files, right here is my Snowgrave file. This was just a Chapter 2 only file. I don't remember continuing this from a Chapter 1 file, so I'm gonna hope that doesn't mess with anything, but I will be continuing it from here. So, all I know is from the Spampton sweepstakes. If you type in deltarune.com/chapter1, it says not applicable. If you type in Chapter 2, it says applicable. If you type in Chapter 3, it says not applicable, but... And then Chapter 4 has like a weird ARG thing related to it, so I don't know too much about the Chapter 4 thing. I am fully aware that there is scenes in Chapter 4. I have seen one out-of-context screenshot from Chapter 4. But yeah, and also the Chapter 5 page. On the Chapter 5 page, you can see 2, 4, and 5, but the 1 and the 3 are invisible. The 1 is really, really tiny. The 2 is really, really big. The 3 is the same size as the 2, but it's invisible. And then the 4 says it's not as much. And then the 5, I forget. I'm gonna do it again. deltarune.com/chapter 5. Yeah, and then the 4 is tiny again, which is interesting, because I feel like I've seen more information about Chapter 4 than anything. And then Chapter 5 is not here yet, but that's ever so slightly bigger than the 4. So we'll figure it out. Is Chapter 3 actually more important than Chapter 4's weird route? I don't know. So, let's get into it. I'm gonna play through the chapter entirely like normal. I'm not gonna use the couch to skip the opening. I want to make sure I'm covering all my bases. I also would like to see the, coming straight from your house cutscene again, because that was really funny. So... The Dark World is made in Chris's house. I'm also going to be talking about Chapter 4 things. If you haven't seen Chapter 4 or played it yet, you shouldn't be watching this. I have seen a couple YTPs of the cutscene. So, this is straight from my Weird Route file. I have nothing but CD bagels in my inventory because of Spampton Neo. Which is funny, because I actually apparently didn't even use any of these. I think I might have done that. I think my final fight... Let me say, the Spampton Neo Snowgrave fight, I think took me like an hour to get all the way through, while the Roaring Knight took me 5.5 hours. Let's save, new file. Like, that Spampton Neo Snowgrave fight, from what I remember, was pretty difficult. And if I have to fight the Roaring Knight again, like, if I actually have to fight it, and I don't have to skip the cutscene, and just, like, go straight to the end of the chapter, I'm not gonna be very happy about it. Anyway, Ralsei's here. Alright, was there anything different? I felt like he was doing weird gestures. Let me know if I should not be skipping text. Because I'm just gonna go through this, because we've seen it all before. I did not get to talk about most things, because I was so absorbed in the story the first time. I do like the fact that Ralsei describes the concept of darkness as the things that you think you see at night when it's dark, because there's been plenty of instances where, you know, I'm in bed and everything is completely dark, but I feel like I see something moving when there's nothing there, and that's like what darker than dark is. I found out you can actually go in here without getting them, so I'm just gonna grab the points. 10 points. I also missed dialogue the first time. I didn't talk to these two. Dude, Chris, if Ralsei hung out with us, he could do puzzles like this for us all the time. You know, if we ever found one in the light world. Hey, does Ralsei even know math? Guess he could do our book reports. Sorry, Chris. You don't need a hint, do you? Chris, I think you just need to press that switch. I'll also be choosing other dialogue options I haven't done or seen yet. I have watched a handful of playthroughs of Chapter 3 already, not too many of Chapter 4. But it's nice to see other people's perspectives and things. There's a lot of other theories that I've heard about. I had some stuff in my YouTube recommended. One video was why December is the Roaring Knight, and then the following video right next to it was why December is not the Roaring Knight. So needless to say, the community is completely split. There's also a Shutta up there. I'm for either. If it's not either of them, I have no idea who else it could be. But things are pointing toward Carol, but also Carol could be a complete red herring, and it's actually December. There's some things that don't necessarily line up. I've seen a stupid image of, like, what if, the closet in the library and the locked door, not locked door in the church where it says a large person could easily fit inside. What if there's an underground tunnel in there that leads directly to from the basement of the holiday house, and Carol goes home, but then she's using secret underground tunnels to make the dark fountain in the church. Trust me, guys, friend inside me is real. Speaking of friend inside me being real, the official Toby Fox YouTube channel that's been uploading the Chapter 3 and 4 OST, that is owned by Materia Collective, that is an official channel. For like 3 hours yesterday, for like a 3-hour time period, there was a playlist on the channel of Deltarune remixes and covers, and like 10... I didn't see it myself because I was sleeping, but I saw screenshots. Like 10 videos down of just, like, you know, Chapter 3 and 4 covers. You've Got a Friend in Me lyric video was in the playlist. And then the playlist got taken down and got unlisted, and no one can see it anymore. Anyway, friend. Super cool friend misdirection. So I feel like there's more on the floor in this version of Card Kingdom room than there was at the end of Chapter 1, but I might just be mistaken, because I really don't remember. Funny how Mike exists just to shitpost the community. I wonder how far ahead Toby planned all that. I watched a video of, like, the entire history of Mike and Mike theories. Because I was there for all of it, but I wanted to, like, watch the video just to be, like, entirely sure of, like, the whole history. And I feel like Toby had a vague idea of what he was going to do, but then proceeded to implement things into the game very late into development to catch up to the theorists. Because he said like 4 months before this came out that they hadn't implemented Pluie yet. Which is like one of the main things from the Mike fight. Is Pluie with one of the mini games. So, like, was he just he was probably listening to all the theories out there of, like, is Mike a cowboy? Is Mike a cat? And then just put it in there. Anyway, I wanted to do this intro again, just to see Tenna's voice and the opening cutscene again, so... Wow! What an amazing performance! The audience has been brought to tears, folks! I'm also not sick anymore, so I can actually do all my voices properly. I can even do Queen's voice now. I was hoping you would ask. Mike, play the VHS. Whoa. Whoa, stop. No. No. No, not again. No, we can't do this again. No. No, not anymore. No. No, stop. Stop. Sans. Sans, you're not allowed to do that. Sans. What was happening downstairs? Sans. Sans! Stop it! We're not allowed to show this on... I'm streaming! I can't show this on TV! Stop! Cut! No! No! Sans! Sans! Stop fucking my mom! What the fuck was that? What? What is that? Why did it show Sans fucking my mom downstairs? That's not... What lovely contestants we've got today, folks. Contestants? Yes, you three are the stars of today's show. Mr. Tenna's marvelous mystery board. TV time! What the hell are you doing? What am I doing? You should be wondering what you're doing. You're about to play the greatest game of your life. Is this song supposed to be this fast? Was skipping the dialogue did it make it go faster? I feel like it made it go faster. I don't feel like it's supposed to be this fast. Anyway, screw you, screw you, screw you. You! I don't see many people talk about Ram. Ram is a very interesting character. And then there's also a rules card. Anyway, we're just gonna... Actually, wait, no, not yet. What I should do... What do I even have? Because recruits, there's just all the Chapter 1 recruits. Man, I don't have a lot. I still have, like, Rules-Roo from Chapter 1. And I have 1 Revivement. So let me get the Revivements in my inventory. I still have all these Chapter 1 items in here. And the light candy. I guess this is just what we'll have. Ready. It's heavily implied to be a failed secret boss and shit. I want to talk about this part too. So I uploaded recently a YouTube. I've been uploading YouTube shorts of Chapter 3 because I was uploading YouTube shorts of Chapter 2 before 3 and 4 came out to get more people seeing my stuff so they could watch my Chapter 3 playthrough and 4 playthrough. But I've been uploading the shorts from Chapter 3, and this whole names please thing. I uploaded a YouTube short of this segment where I laughed at Susie inputting ass as her name on here, and I titled the short Susie's Ass, because, like, what else am I supposed to title the YouTube short? I was like, yeah, I'll just call it Susie's Ass. That sounds funny enough to do. I'm having a second coming of my Tears of the Kingdom Purah short right now, because Susie's Ass has gained so much attention. It's been up for 2 days as of this stream happening, and it's gonna hit like 30,000 views by the end of today, probably. And I've gained like 20 or 30 subscribers from just that one short alone. So anyone watching my Weird Route playthrough because you're subscribed from that short, thank you. Also, I had a very nice compliment on that short. Someone said that they headcanon my voice for Tenna as their official voice for Tenna, and that's very, very flattering. I do these funny voices because I like doing them, and if it makes you that happy, I'm very happy about that. Something I wanted to test with this that I heard about is if you try to make your name WD, like A, B, C, D, E, F, it just skips G entirely. If you have your name starting with WD, it skips G, and it's impossible to input G as your next letter. Try to think of, like, WD period, or, like, there's just no third letter is ever G. Oh, interesting. Like, if I do PD, no third letter is ever G. Interesting. Chapter 3, naming Easter eggs. Want to see what other people would have discovered for naming yourself here. Impossible to say fuck, F-U-K. If you input F and U, the K disappears. If you do, like, bum or butt, it does the same reaction as ass. You cannot spell cock. You cannot spell cum. You cannot spell sex. Apparently tit you can do. Let's see. I don't think I've seen sus at all, because sus is what I thought she was originally going to input, so let's do sus. That's what I am. I'm acting real sus in this chapter. Sus. Alright, now for the introductions. First up, Prince from the Dark and 3-time accidental fluffiest pet contest winner, or I'll say... Next up, Chris's friend, Monster Maniac, and where did you wreck those pants? Susie! Hey folks, look at this, they're gonna kill me! Only on this show, because they weren't blue enough for the splurfs. Chris! Sus. Well, this is gonna get confusing, isn't it, folks? Now that we've all been improperly introduced, it's not even that funny. Mike the board, please. I mean, I'm gonna be fighting the Darkners. So let's start with that. Just fight off the shadow guys. But should I still be, I will ask, should I still be going for, like, S rank. Do I still need to be doing S rank for anything? Goodbye. I do not need to get S rank. Ouch for the enemies. Too bad they don't get healthcare, folks. You became stronger. Actually, wait. I'm gonna not push this. I think something happens if you don't push it. Actually, I think it's because I already pushed it, I may have fucked it up. I don't know. I'm just not gonna solve the puzzle. I didn't mean to start pushing that already. Alright, sad. I think because I already pushed it, it's not gonna do it. There's a thing where... Wow, 37-second time! The audience is crying! There's a thing, if you leave the box here and don't push it, after like 20 seconds, Ralsei will just push it for you, which doesn't make any sense because Ralsei doesn't have pushing as an ability. Alright, let's get all these questions wrong. What's the name of this show's host? Mr. Little Nose. I regret including that answer. What is highly memorable heading of TV time? Don't lick the screen. Wow! Oh, wow. Mike, can we cut that one from the air? Mike? What's the name of this kid? Don't remember. Mr. Generosity. I'll say goes with my answer. Interesting, his name was Mr. Generosity. No, it's not. Majority rules, sorry, Susie. Your answer's wrong. Well, I didn't want to get that one correct. Pain. You did bad. Let me get cactus. You can get it one wrong if Ralsei and Susie still say Lancer. Okay, this is open again. I'm gonna open that, but just not even go in there because I feel like it. And then... There actually is dialogue if I do this. Whoops, not that way! Oh, that's gotta hurt, folks! Don't worry, Chris. According to the manual, I have a special ability. If there's no blocks, then push me. Oh, it's beautiful, folks. Ignore all that and push me, Chris. No, I'm good. Chris? Well, this is getting awkward, kid. Just push him. Okay, let's cut to a commercial break. Why didn't you push him? Why didn't you push him? I've never seen that. What a great puzzle, folks! You grab all these. Murder the shadow guys. Mike, hit that funky music, it's fighting time! Wow, our heroes are grazing like goats! Oh, big hits. Oh my god, that TP game's crazy. You became stronger. Also, I don't know what my armor is, but I can't check right now. Go back to La Nina and El Nina. Oh, my oasis, with her soft clouds reflected in the water. This is the perfect forecast for love. My oasis, with the sunny moon reflected on the water. This is the perfect forecast for love. Oasis is sparkling. Drink it? I can drink the water. Tastes like mint and sand. Your wounds were health. You sucked up all the oasis with a straw. You know, there was a hint to this. If you, go to the water cooler, there's one of the guys in there, that says you look like someone who would drink from the oasis 8 times, but if you drink from it 9 times, all the water goes away. Tastes like sandy regret. The environment deteriorated. Oh, you sucked the water dry! You dare end our season of love? I predict a lot of pain in your future. You can fight them early this way, that's neat. Anyway, goodbye, I'm gonna kill you now. Tonight's weather is moon crystals. I see. I don't think this is a fight you can kill them in. Sadly. Tonight's weather is sun drop. Turns very slow. Z rank. So thirsty. Oh, well, I can't heal in here anymore, and Ralsei and Susie seem to be dying. What time is it right now? It's Thursday. It's Wednesday. And you got the only wrong answer? Let's hear some booze, folks. I've seen people get this question wrong when it's like it's right there. It's always right there. Chris, wrong. Costs $32. Can't you see the price tag? What's Chris's favorite food? We got this wrong before, so I could just get it wrong again. Actually, what's this gonna do? It's gonna damage them. So, like... it doesn't do enough damage to kill. Actually, do I even need the power croissant, like, at all? To do this? Because I have the 2 Qs. No, I think you do. Apparently you made this awful thing. Again, I didn't have a Chapter 1 save file on this, so... we'll say the body. It was apparently the legs. It's the name of this awful guy. Toilet. And what's Azriel's favorite character in Smashing Fighters? We already got this wrong. We'll say Big Penguin this time. Not on my channel. Yeah, you still need the power bracelet, the power croissant to get that. Fun fact, this morning Toby Fox put on Twitter, he was talking about Tenna a little bit, and how he's had so many ideas for Deltarune for years. Also, are all the trees dying? All the trees are dead. That's very interesting. It's mine. Oh, I drank the Oasis so all the trees are dead. That would make sense, I suppose. Actually, then what's gonna happen to Ralsei here? It's quicksand! I hope the class was paying attention to the physics of quicksand. I actually think I saw this morning. Let's keep the show rolling. So let me see. Yeah, I was looking at that. Let me say what I want to say first. Toby has had the idea for so many things for this game for so long that back in 2016 he tweeted out like a really shitty 3D model he was trying to make, and he tweeted out just this morning that model was an original test for Tenna. Of like, he was originally gonna like rotoscope Tenna's animations, but then just didn't, and ended up like doing a bunch of other stuff with it, and he talks about it in a series of tweets. But yeah, I did see the dialogue for the Oasis part. There was a thing that happened to Toby Fox years ago, March 14th, 2014. I'll just drag it over. He was in some sort of a class lecture, and he says, "This isn't my fucking class lecture on quicksand." I think it's like some, I don't know who the character is. I want to say it's like a Toho character, but it's probably not, but it's like some character trapped in quicksand. And he put that in the game. You need to pick this up to get over here. And then Susie picks this up. I get the key. So actually, can't Lancer just jump across now?
Help! I'm stuck in a spidey sea of green. Won't anyone free the poor innocent boy?
Like, I could just walk over there now.
Oh, happy day! The endless depths have been drained! You have rescued me from my spidey torment! I will give you everything I have! And all I have is myself!
You just got Lancered! Also, the thing with the Spampton milk, it was... the pioneers used to make this key lime pie. Bye now. The Spampton thing. It was in the trailer for the Spampton plushie of Spampton being drowned in milk and thrown against the wall. That's actually a reference to a completely different like post of. I think it was I don't know the gender of the person, so I'm just gonna say they. Some person had a Webkinz like cat plush that they had as a kid, and they like drowned it in milk and would like throw it against the wall of their house, and it would like be like soaked in milk, and it would like smell really, really bad, and they'd bring it to school and tell their friends to like drink the milk out of the plush, and they got made fun of for it. And I'd like to believe that every single moment of that story is actually true. I don't know, but I'd love to believe that it's true. I feel like I should grind points You say I don't need to worry about S rank, right? Like, the S rank room is not important. Chris doesn't want to do anything. And by Chris, I mean me. And I make Chris not do anything. You know what I can do in the meantime? Actually, the timer's going down faster than I thought, so I can't actually do a joke. Hey, you know those famous stars, the award for incredible restaurants? You just got a -1, the world's first anti-good restaurant. Gotta give it to you. You're trailblazers. Alright, one more try. Let's challenge again. You lost 2 times? Can someone go check if the fire is defective? Alright, one more try. Let's challenge again. Oh. That's still too little. Well, now I have to lose 3 times in a row, right? I was genuinely trying and then I was just fucking up. You lost 3 times? The audience is starting to question the quality of the popcorn. Alright, one more try. Okay. I swear I'm not throwing on purpose now. I'm legitimately trying to do it. You lost 4 times? If that famous angry chef gets here, we're gonna get shut down. Well, it was worth it to see the Gordon Ramsay reference. That was worth it, actually. Alright, that's enough, I think. There. I lived. And that's it! Well, would you look at those smiling customers? They're happy as to-be-cooked clams. And Chris, you're just as happy, aren't you? You remember how fun it was watching cooking shows too, don't you? Did we win? What do you think? That was the most unforgettable show in prime time. Mike, show the results of the board. B. Z. Z. Round complete, you got C. I didn't even get Z, sadly. I wanted to get full Zs. Genuinely one of the most disappointing things about this entire chapter, and even in Chapter 4, I loved Chapter 4 a lot, but, like, where the heck is the shop sprite? Like, I feel like, even if Ram's not a shop, he should have had, like, the close-up zoom-in shop sprite. Because it was in Chapter 1 with Rules Card, and they doubled down in Chapter 2 with Swatch, and then they just didn't have it at all in Chapter 3. Like, even so, it should have just been a close-up of the vending machine if they want to do that. And, like, with Gerson showing up in Chapter 4, his entire thing in Undertale was having a shop. And he literally has another shop in Chapter 4. And there's no zoom-in sprite of him. I would have absolutely adored that. And they just did not have it for some reason. It's a genuinely disappointing thing for me, and I hate that. Bang up job getting C rank, love, for that a little prize. TV dinner. Oi, Chris, love, it's me, Ram. You and your brother took me in from the library. How are they all? Queen still bossy, Swatch still got a mohawk, and that salesman. Right, the store. If you want anything, just use your points. Time flies. Seems like just yesterday you and that girl had everyone here lined up. Queen on her side, king on your side, and tenant in the back. Oh, it was chaos. And only kids like you two would take a laptop home just to play make-believe. How is she, Chris? Are you two? Well, it's alright. Everyone changes, except us. I wonder if it was part of the engine changes. Who knows? I am gonna save over this slot just in case. I don't need this slot here. This slot here is my completion data for chapter 3. So we'll save over this one. It's fine if I do. And then I don't know if I need to buy anything necessarily. What I will do, however, is go here. If I can't get into the S rank room, then I'm just gonna buy the Saber 10. Toxic Axe, Flex Scarf. And you have the Mecha Saber. Get the Saber 10. You still have the Devil's Knife. Toxic Axe is actually better than the Devil's Knife, but it lowers magic. And Buster TP down. I don't even know if it's worth it to have Toxic Axe if I have Devil's Knife, because you don't have Puppet Scarf, because you don't get that in Weird Route. Oh wait, no, I do. I guess I do have Puppet Scarf. I never had a chance to equip it to Rousey, actually. So yeah, put that on. Then this stuff isn't even worth it. These are the only armors I have, is only Amber cards. I have the Twin Ribbon. I have nothing. Then it lets me go in here, but it doesn't let me enter the room. Yeah, that's fine. Then we will go... Oh, because I'm C-rank, it doesn't even let me into there. Actually, that's fine. You're just desperate bouncing of prizes trapped inside. Fuck the water cooler. Who needs Mizzle? I didn't get this joke until, like, after completing the chapter, but the song is a vaporwave version of Rude Buster. And the name of the song is called Vapor Buster, and you're fighting a water cooler, which is like water and water vapor and stuff. I don't know how I didn't put that together originally. Booble. Kill. Bappy. Do not kill Chris, please. I lost the water cooler. Water is scarce. Wars will be fought. You would have got a person that drinks from the Oasis 8 times. Let's just chill, dude. Like, chill with our eyes closed? Eyes open. Sure, we can chill with our eyes open. Would you like to talk about something? No. Okay. What the hell were you two doing? Talking. I was not talking. Also, this song is called Paradise, Paradise. I love this song. Pippins. Fuck the Pippins. Genuinely, Paradise, Paradise might be... refreshments are available in the green room. Paradise, Paradise might be one of my favorite songs in the entire chapter. So thirsty. Dude. Raise up your bat for a burning fight. When your hope is slowly dying and your future's lost its rights, raise up your bat and face the fight. Then knock 'em dead into the night. Well, I'll say, you sang brilliantly. Unfortunately, everyone else was terrible. Or maybe it was just some cutting-edge progressive rock. But don't worry, I, your loving agent, have booked you another show. It starts in, what, 3 seconds? Well, what are you doing? Go challenge again. I'm just gonna... Oh no, another game over! The audience would be throwing tomatoes! And we didn't use them all on the cooking show! Alright, one more try. Oh my god, Stuntman? Yes, actually do that. And then do that. Like, is this a high card build, like, already? Like, that feels like a high card build. Oh my god, if only I could get that, that'd actually be insane. Can I just, like, high card the Jack? Yeah, I could just, like, do that. Another game over? This isn't time for practice your freeform jazz. Alright. Alright, now we'll play now. I wanted to see a couple things that Tenna had to say. Back. Chris hears December holiday and is like, ah, shit, I froze up. hopefully that was fine enough. They loved it. Starting to feel like a real rocker. Susie, are you serious right now? Oh, looks like the band's already splitting up due to drama. That's how you know we got a real winner on our hands, folks. Anyway, board's over, so without further ado, let's see those results. A. B. B. Well, I was fucking up on purpose. And I still got an A rank for that. Mr. Tennis said if anyone wants to fight, don't fight him. You and me are pals, got it? Now smile. Too bad. Hoofa doofa. I'm still not missing anything, right? Like, we're still good? I actually want to do something here. You see this cutscene? There's actually another cutscene that I missed, I believe, that I can do right here after the Susie one that I'm interested in showing off. If you try and go back to Tenna, you can have Chris talk to Tenna. Whatever you want to do, I guess. Keep it together, Tenna! They're still loving it. They have to be. Classic TV never gets old. And Susie, she was so excited. Chris, hey Chris, old buddy, old pal, how's it going? It's going great, isn't it? Everything's just hunky doody. We're buddies, you pals, by yourself, huh? Don't you want to, you know, keep them company? Oh, hey, would you look at that? My beeper's going. You know, my silent beeper, it's a new one. I gotta be going now. By the way, seen your father recently? Your brother? You know, we still got that cowboy program. The one your dad likes? He was bouncing you on your knee as you're watching it together. Sorry, Chris. Sorry, I gotta. I have to go. Nothing else to see or do in this room. Chris is really afraid, or Tenna is really afraid of Chris for some reason. Anyway, screw your puzzle. You entered the numbers knowingly. Chris, since now seems like a good moment, we haven't really been able to discuss much for a while. I wonder if you should ask Susie how she's doing. I do want to ask Rouse how he's doing. Does it just skip everything if I click don't? If I just don't do anything? I don't really need an answer. I'm just going to do Rouse. I wanted to do Rouse to begin with. Those games were a lot of fun, weren't they? I never played such a game before. I kinda got so wrapped up. I accidentally forgot about everything for a moment. Stay on task. Exactly. I knew I got a little too carried away. Anyway, those games were fun, but I'm not sure they could replace the festival. Chris, can I ask something selfish? On the day of the festival, perhaps if you could purchase some ice cream or something? And tell Susie it was from me. I'm not going with her. I'm going with Noelle. Huh, Chris? But who are you intending to go with? Or I'll say or bust. Birdly, Noelle, not going. Noelle. Noelle? Chris, I think that's a bad choice. I mean, I'm sorry, a bad choice to make alone. Noelle might want to go with Susie. I hope you can figure out a nice solution. I don't know if that's Weird Route exclusive or if that's just what happens when you say that. I think with some other context that I have, that's very interesting. There's some other theories and things I want to bring up when I do Weird Route Chapter 4. Nothing strange about it. Look over there, you two. There it is, the Dark Fountain. And the Notorial's also here, too. Welcome back to another electrifying episode of TV Time. I like the really cheery music for like half a second when I'm doing this. Now it's my turn to play. It's fun, isn't it, Chris? I'm not broken. Come on, say it. I'm fun. You don't want to say it? Maybe a quiz will help you answer. Aren't you having so much fun? Out of time. Wrong. Wasn't that quiz just oodles of fun, folks? Just look at the funnel-meter. I wonder what's next. Looks like a battle. We got a very special battle for you today, folks. A very special indeed. All you have to do is to win. You say, I love TV. And don't think you'll be able to try anything funny. Ever read the contract? It says you are my actors. And that means you've got to act. Resist. Our contestants seem to have chosen the wrong answer. You know what that means. It's TV time. Look me in the nose and say it. Everyone resisted. Wrong answer. Let me just keep getting hit. Look me in the nose and say it. I really do like this segment of Tenna kind of losing it a little. Our contestants have been very naughty. Enough already! It seems our contestants aren't ready to admit it yet. Mike, back to the board. A healing spot, that way everyone can keep playing. That battle earlier was a workout. Let's never fight again. We're a happy family, aren't we, Chris? Chris? Hey, look, behind this door lies another physical challenge. Get ready, folks. I have very opinionated opinions about Chapter 3. I think going through this a third time, since I had to replay Chapter 3 to get the Shadow Crystal, I think is still solidifying my personal opinion that this is my least favorite chapter in the game. Which is a massive shame, because I love Tenna. He's like the best character here. I'm sorry about the pipes. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have done it. But you know, every pipe goes somewhere. They had to go somewhere. No, not another battle, please. Family's fighting again. Like, Tenna's just a silly little TV with abandonment issues. What if I just keep resisting? Our contestants seem to have chosen the wrong answer. You know what that means. An easier attack to dodge as I still get hit anyway. All I have to do is speak your mind. But I do enjoy the, like, console game you play for this, and I like the implication of the stuff to get the Shadow Crystal, of like the game that Tenna is taking over used to be different, and you play like the original version. Our contestants aren't ready to admit it yet. Back to the board. And stuff like that, but just like, it's just non-stop like mini games and other things, and then when you get to the actual Dark World itself, like the rest of the Dark World, I think the rest of TV World is a very plain thing. Like, I don't like going through it. Yeah, what the heck was that? I'm with you guys, that was weird. Let's get back to normal. I know what you're thinking. You're wrong. Here comes the healing spring. Nah, that was so normal. Mike, how about we only have quizzes from now on? Alright, we can have another battle. Great. Great. I love it when you listen to me, Mike. Love it. And I think apparently Toby had cut a bunch of stuff from this chapter, but I really wish he left it all in to see the original vision, because it might have been better for me. Like, literally excluding all of my theories of, like, how things could have gone in this chapter with the really, really stupid friend inside me bullshit that I believe so hard in. Like, I am completely fine with all of that being wrong. But, like, there was a whole third board in this that was cut from development, and you get to play part of it at the very beginning of, like, if you do the last S-rank thing to get the Shadow Crystal, you play a little bit of it, but, like, the entire rest of it just isn't there. Fresh from the juice, fresh from the juice, make sure to get it and don't get your shoes. And remember that jingle? I'm curious if I just keep resisting here, because this is where it's supposed to end. But for an entire world based around the Dreamer household and television, I think this chapter could have gone so much farther with the entire concept. Because half the chapter you're playing video games. Which is also relevant to Chris and Asriel, because they used to play video games all the time. Like, that's still fine. Here comes a healing spring. And remember that old jingle, Fresh from the Juice? Anyone? I love TV. Say it! How far can you take it just before it comes chapter 2? I don't know. I feel like I would have liked it better if it was. Alright, they might have to make me progress with the zapper. I was gonna do this one more time just in case. You're gonna say that again? You got anything else? Haha, more reruns! Alright, no, they forced me into the battle with the zapper now. And then off button. Don't you like your custom-made balls? Like, if the rest of the Dark World was designed better, I probably wouldn't have as many complaints. But the entire rest of the Dark World is just this. Also, none of the guys cheer for me because I lost them all. Like, the thing that's here is that we play 2 video games, and there's a cooking show minigame, and there's a rock concert minigame. And the cooking show is related to, like, Toriel, and the rock concert is related to Des, and, like, that is more relevant and stuff. But there's, like, these 2 cowboy segments, which you learn about in missable dialogue that are related to Asgore, and the entire point of Tenna's thing that he's doing here is that he's trying to make sure that Chris stays happy through, like, their parents' divorce, because apparently they got divorced in the living room, and Tenna was there to witness it, and he's, like, traumatized from that. And you get to see, you know, the different shows and things on the TVs here. But the entire Dark World is just, like, this carpet that you see in, like, bowling alleys and a bunch of TVs, and that's the whole thing. Like, I don't know what could have been done differently, but I feel like I've seen Chapter 3 concepts that are better than the actual Chapter 3, in my opinion. In terms of, like, the Dark World itself. But that is just a me thing. I don't even want to go up toward Lancer, I don't think. It's still not possible to get the egg on a Weird Route file, right? And, like, also still, this is just a series of, like, twisty-turny hallways with all the TVs on it. Hello, Mr. B. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I'll go up toward Lancer just in case. Because, like, we may as well try and check. Also, the shadow guys do not respawn now. Also, this creepy smile was like such a massive tease that didn't really pay off either. I just take it. Just take one of the Lancer controllers. Is it unreasonably hot where you are right now? I believe it is 88 degrees outside. It is currently 88 degrees outside. You need a Lancer controller for this thing down here anyway. You're gaming. Pick this up and throw it over here. Revivement is still good to have. What do you mean you haven't found the lightners yet? Ah, you're all fired! I mean, hired! I mean, no more points until you capture them. You like points, right? Okay, then we're clear, right, you guys? What do you mean you're scared to fight them? What the... Read the fine print in your contract. Now quit complaining and go. Fight. Come on. Something I did find out is that apparently in chapters 3 and 4, the twin ribbon, even if it has the bigger graze area, it's, actually, if you're fighting all the enemies, it would be impossible to get the egg anyway, because you'd fight the Ribic enemy, Starwalker. And then I lost my train of thought, was what I was going to say the first time. I forgot, I lost my train of thought. The other half of the rooms in this chapter are these, like, brown back rooms, which I feel like is supposed to signify, like, you know, backstage, and it's, like, a little bit more messy back here and stuff. But I still find it still boring. Climb into the trash. Everyone climbed into the trash. There's no way to unpress the switch. And in my personal opinion, I find Chapter 1 a lot more interesting. Alright, goodbye, Ribic. I'm not gonna keep complaining about this. All I'm gonna say still Oh, also, I can do this. I didn't get to show this off. You see the water cooler in here. I'm not afraid of the water cooler, but a lot of people are, apparently. But if you leave the room, there's 2 water coolers that block the way. And then you go back into the room, and then you go leave, and you go back, and it just gets closer and closer to you. And they fully block the way, and then they fully block the way, and then they fully block the way, and then they just keep getting closer. And it's impossible to stop doing it, so... All I'm gonna say is that I just feel like this chapter had a lot of missed potential. And I will shut up about my feelings about the chapter. Also, the Roaring Knight fight sucks ass, and it's not fun in the slightest. I mean, I'm the king of bad opinions, so... There's many other things out there that I've done and played where I feel the exact opposite of the majority. Chapter 4 was amazing, and I have high hopes for 5. We currently have literally no idea what Chapter 5 is gonna do. The festival is going to be happening, and my personal prediction is that there's gonna be a Dark World in Asgore's flower shop. I feel like it's building toward that, especially with one of the hidden things you can find in Chapter 4 that talks about Asgore. And Asgore is genuinely one of my favorite characters in both this game and Undertale. So I'm excited to see what he's gonna do with Asgore. Not to kill the Rouse. Haunts. Also, I still haven't missed the weird route stuff from this chapter yet. So, like, we're literally at the end. I have a couple more rooms. I have El Nino and La Nina with Rules card, and then Tenna, so... Dried grass, no sass. It doesn't talk about the puppet scarf, which is interesting. Oh, all these guys are gone because I lost them all. So, like... Shadow guys are supposed to be here doing Tenna's contract work, but they got scared you beat them, so they split. At least you spared them from doing some work. Deluxe dinner. You trash, you absolute garbage. Ha! You wish you could call I could call you those great terms of respect. You treated the dusty with destruction. You're not even worth a trash can's time. You're not even worth a trash can's time. I'm trying to think of, like, other things that I have bad opinions on. But, like, I know I have bad opinions, but I can't think of them. Like, what else have I done on my channel? I've done so much in 6 years. No one's on the stage. It's a concert, but no one has shown up. You question if a concert can be a concert if no one's there. It does say Doctor's alive, because it would be dark. It would be a bunch of shadow guys on the stage, if there were any. The chest isn't even here. And no one taunts you. There's supposed to be a little guy in this chest down here. But there's no chest down here either. Like, not even the entire rest of the background is, like, the cool starry background that's, like, up here. This is just, like, darkness. I just don't even want to answer it. Also, which number is bigger? That's the first time I've ever seen that question. I've done this so many times, that's the first time I've seen that question. It's a moral choice, and it seems you've already chosen. Hate wins. It defaults to hate wins if you fight everything. It is, this. Apparently, if you wait long enough, an annoying dog can show up. I guess you could do it at any point in the fight. I don't know when in the fight, but this happens.
Challenger.
And it just does the ineffective thing, but frickin' Toby Fox comes down from a Smash Bros. Halo platform. And it does the Smash 4... challenger approaching thing. I think that's very funny. I could not get that to happen, though. My idea is that there's nobody here to force me to not go into the S-rank room. No? It's you. Let me check if you're on the guest list. It says you only got A rank on board 2. Try harder next time. Okay, so there is someone still here. Then what... Then, like... There's the manhole in the goddamn, back room there. And it feels like that's Weird Route related, because it was Weird Route related in Chapter 2. I guess I'll just ask again if I'm missing anything at all. I don't know what the manhole does. I'd like to. I thought that's what the Weird Route was for. I hadn't been able to get in there. manhole, you reach the console with a Z rank. I was trying to get as low of a rank as possible, but I kept accidentally being good. So that's literally impossible to get. Then let's see. Chapter 3 Z rank. Someone else with ass as a YouTube short. So this is by Clockwork Crystal here. Chris, your rank Z rank. I suppose you gave it a good try. Here, the gift. The gift box was empty. That's right, Chris. Tenna's not too keen on that behavior. Reminds him of a certain, you know. That's why his game's a bit of a bust. Wait, I'll show you. Let me do this. Show you something electrifying, I will. You can go to the right from here. Oh, you can go to the right from here? Wait. No, stop it. Fucking... game. I know my camera's not on screen. Oh, it doesn't show up until you get Z rank. It's there's not a path there. Fair enough. That's the game again. Do this. The door says exclusive Z rank changing room. I have seen the T rank room. That's like a bathroom, right? We'll just go play games. It's fucked up back here. It's a phone. Seems to be unplugged. That's a rotary phone like Spamton's rotary phone's quite interesting. An old poster seems like a collaboration between two stars. Their smiles seem so bright. It's an old poster. Seems like a collaboration between two stars. It's a manhole. You went in the manhole. So if you get as bad of a rank as possible, you get a secret room, and it lets you access the game console without getting S rank. Okay. So there's quite literally nothing in this chapter, then. I'm going to assume the not applicable, but literally just means you do the game console on the normal route, and it makes it feel like you're doing a weird route, which tells you how to do the weird route in Chapter 2 if you hadn't already done it already, so you go and do that and then come back to here. Is that what I'm getting from this? There's, like, literally absolutely nothing different otherwise? Honestly, also incredibly disappointing. I mean, I fought all the monsters. Let me be right back. Darkners, rather. All my hopes were dashed. If none of this dialogue is any different and Susie just gives her backstory later on, and Tenna does his backstory here, that's also just disappointing to me. I know Toby Fox is trying to tell a particular story with this game, and I have theories and things about the prophecy and stuff. I mean, if this doesn't take too much time to get through the rest of this, then we could just go into Chapter 4. I mean, Chapter 3 is gone, yes. Let me go back to that because I went to at the beginning. When hovering over the stuff, you still get to see the Chapter 1 and the Chapter 3. What the theories were is that Chapter 3 would have a more significant weird route with 2 because it's hidden there. And when you hover over the things, I'll show this on screen again. That's the wrong scene here. Like, 1 and 3 are not here, but when hovering over them, the 3 is just as big as the 2. The 2 is the more significant one because it was such a game-changing thing, but the 3 is not there at all. When clicking the 3, it makes the Shadow Mantle noise, and we go to Chapter 3, it says not applicable. But if you, like, zoom out, can I, like, zoom out and, like, hold left or something? Eventually a butt comes in here, not applicable butt. And what I think all of this means is that it's not applicable. Chapter 3 is not applicable. And the butt just stands for the fact that, the game console stuff in the back room felt like a weird route, even though it was mandatory for the Shadow Crystal. Because it talks about doing the weird route stuff and how to do that. That is my interpretation of it. And there's stuff I do want to talk about. I guess while I'm fighting Tenna, I'll talk about it because I don't want to save it for later. I mean, we just fight him, right? Just do it. And I know the Shadow Mantle's not even required to beat the Knight. You just have to be a fucking god gamer that I'm not. Like, there's people that have already done no-hits of the Roaring Knight without the Shadow Mantle, and it's like, what kind of fucking person are you? Do you even belong to this plane of existence? I think you need to go to, like, Valhalla or something. But I have heard some theories about the prophecy, and how we are following a false prophecy. And the stuff that's in the Chapter 4 Dark World is the actual prophecy. And Rousey has been hiding stuff from us because he doesn't want us to know about the prophecy. But the whole love finds its way to the girl thing. Susie's stupid, okay? Susie is stupid. Like, she is incredibly stupid. She means well, but she is incredibly stupid. And she interprets the love finds the way to the girl to mean that she's going to fall in love at some point during this adventure. When literally the person on the piece of the prophecy does not look like Susie whatsoever, and also does not wield the weapon that Susie wields, because the person in the prophecy wields a sword, and Susie wields an axe. And I've heard some stuff about false prophecy related things, and how it might actually be related to the weird route, where the weird route is actually the true prophecy, and or something along those lines. But I'll see what's in Chapter 4 before making, like, full conclusions. Susie, have a bagel. Rousey, have a bagel. Oh, stop it. We're like right there, but I don't like how much health we have. Oh, we're doing this too. Blech. Rude. At least, like, I love all the music. I love all the music in Chapter 3. Like, that's something that's not something I hate. I love the music in this chapter a lot. It doesn't have a chapter 6 and 7, so Weird Root could just end at 5. Same for Gerson with the Hammer of Justice story. He does say that stories can be changed and rewritten as like a thing. Also, on this thing, you can see Spampton in the bottom right-hand corner of that, which I didn't notice the first time. I feel like the reason why the website doesn't have a 6 and a 7 on there is because he doesn't want to give too much away of the game yet, because we don't even have Chapter 5 yet. Like, clicking on Chapter 5, like going to deltarune.com/Chapter 5, and clicking on Chapter 5, brings you to that, which is the first couple notes of the hometown theme being played on Dessa's guitar. I did find out that using Hold Breath speeds up the soul for the whole fight, which I did not know. I thought it was only speeding up the soul for one turn, because that made sense to me. So I did the entirety of the Roaring Knight fight without using Hold Breath before, but I'll do that now. Let's see if I've still got this, which I probably don't. Nope, still don't. Yeah, now my muscle memory's fucked up because my soul is different, has a different speed. I didn't mention it during the fight when I actually beat it, but what I started doing for the swords is that I was looking at the edge of the screen instead of looking at the soul. Looking at the edge of the screen helped me figure out where to move. Literally, now my muscle memory's fucked up for this encounter. And, like, I don't even want to do that, so I'm just not gonna. I'll give this a couple more attempts, but I really don't want to do this a second time, like, at all. Like, again, 5.5 hours was spent on this. I thought it was 4 originally, but I redid my own math, and I'm very bad at math. Having Devil's Knife is neat, at least. Alright, bye Susie, bye Rouse. Like, I'm asking, is it mandatory to do this? If there's literally no weird route, is it mandatory to do this? Do I need the Black Shard for anything? Other than the fact that it's just a really, really good weapon. Okay. Once again, the safe zones are non-existent. There is no such thing as a safe zone. Like, I've played things in video games that I would consider incredibly hard. Like, off the cuff. A lot of the stuff in, like, Enter the Gungeon was, like, really, really hard for me. I loved Enter the Gungeon, though. And I was always encouraged to go back and keep trying, because it felt like a lot of the fights in that game were still doable, even if they were, like, bullshit hard. This fight is meant to feel like it's not doable, and it just is not fun, ever, to do this fight. I still think the Roaring Knight showing up here is an amazing plot twist. But having this be the Shadow Crystal is still such bullshit. Like, I'm not even locked in, and my muscle memory is just gone. I originally thought the Shadow Mantle was making it so that Chris wasn't taking a lot of damage and not going to -999 when getting hit, but that's literally just not even the case either. Chris still takes less damage and still doesn't go to -999 when defeated. I don't even know what the Shadow Mantle is for. in this thing, too. No. No, it's still stuck. So much ass. I'm giving this one more try, and then I am just saying we're moving on. You've already seen me do this for a very long time, and I'm not doing it again. Like I said before, I am dreading when I have to do this on my Nintendo Switch. Like, I am dreading that I have to do this again. I bought Deltarune on Switch because I had shared Deltarune with my mom. Because years ago I shared Undertale with my mom. And I wanted to share Deltarune. So it was like a couple years ago. I think it might have been like 2 years ago at this point. I did a Chapter 1 and 2 playthrough with my mom and showed her like why I loved the game so much. So I bought the game again so I could... Or I bought the full game again on Switch so I could do it with my mom again. But like... I hate this. I hate this so much. Deltarune is such an amazing game. And all of this just sucks so badly. As of right now, Toby has said he's still working on the next big, like, patch for the game, and it has not happened yet. But I'm hoping that this gets nerfed at some point. Like, this entire fight, I hope gets nerfed at some point. Alright, yeah, I do not care at all. I'm going to click restart, so it gives me my items back, and then I'm just gonna force die to the fight, so I keep all my items. It would be so nice to have the Black Shard as a weapon here, but I don't feel like that's gonna be that necessary. Like, at all. I already feel like Chris does plenty of damage. So. This is gonna be loud. This is what you've sent me. I don't know where this meme came from, of this, like, trap remix with people riding a car. That just kind of showed up one day. And, like, 2 days ago or something. What I have seen, though, is, people are reviving the Asgore ran over December holiday theory with his pickup truck. And I've seen some really good gifs of, Asgore in a truck running over December, and that's how the whole plot of the game kicks off. And I can stop using my controller now. I guess I'm gonna retitle the stream because I don't want to end on a sour note because this was pointless, but I needed to do it to get to Chapter 4's. So we'll start Chapter 4's Weird Route today. Also, I have my own theory here of, we didn't really know the reason why Chris plugged in the TV, opened the door, and then opened a dark fountain. But I personally think that because of the information we have from Chapter 4, that Chris, for some reason, is working with the Knight. But the Knight is opening the fountains, and then Chris is also sealing the fountains, so it's not necessarily causing the roaring to happen. I don't really know exactly why all of that's happening in the first place. But I think Chris left the front door open at the end of Chapter 2, so that the Knight could get into Chris's house. Because Tenna does say that he was in contact with the Knight right before his fight. So, the Knight, he left the door, Chris left the door open. They left the door open so that the Knight could get into the house. And Undyne getting in there might have also been part of the plan, so that they could get kidnapped and brought to the shelter. But Asgore is going to be incredibly important in hopefully in Chapter 5, because there's foreshadowing in 4. And it would be very, very interesting, because Asgore has connections to all of the different locks on the door. Also, I don't know why it says swoon. I personally think Asgore's a red herring. Every single thing in this game is a red herring. And none of your theories are correct. Nobody's theories are correct. Everyone is wrong about everything. But we do know that Noelle is important. And Noelle shows up here. Continue to Chapter 4. So, I'm gonna have to delete a save file here. Because this is before all the events of going to the Dark World, and they have my Castletown here, but, like, I can still play all the minigames from this file, so I think I should just delete this one. It's annoying, but I think I'm gonna delete this one. And then Chapter 3 files, Outside Shelter, Chapter 3, and I was like a couple seconds away from hitting the 7-hour mark on this one. It's time to wake up. It's doing the stickers again. I have seen an interesting thing. I did put sticker in a bad place before. It's sticker in a good place. You put the sticker under your eye. Trying to look like your band outfit? Here. Now both sides are equal. That still does the stickers. I saw an interesting thing that lets you get a hidden item where, I guess if you don't have the candy in your inventory to do the dark candy or whatever in your inventory to do the stickers, and you just have like the Saber 10 as your weapon, Susie will comment on the fact that you have a cactus needle in your pocket, and that's Chris's weapon, and then Susie checks the pockets of Azrael's outfit, and there's like a love letter to Caddy in there, and there's like a really, really, really old piece of chocolate still in the pocket, and you get an item called the Ancient Chocolate, which is a healing item in the Dark World, but oh well. I was hoping I'd get that, but it still gave me the stickers. Alright, juice. Alright, I'm not looking to my side. In fact, I'm gonna, like, move my chat over to a different part of my screen so I don't look at it. Bangin' sermon, my man. Cool juice combo.
Chris, a nice surprise seeing you here. Darn, I need a drink, but Susie's over there, and if I go make my 25% red and 75% yellow juice combo, I know she'll make fun of me for it somehow.
Drink juice in front of her. Fuck you.
Did you want to talk about something?
No!
Thanks for the enthusiasm, Chris.
Put hay inside new house for Susie.
Like she's some kind of horse? Wouldn't she just eat the hay? Wait, let's not seriously go into this topic. That being said, Chris, I don't think you should try to go in there by yourself. The shelter, it's a place for people to survive an emergency, right? But ever since I moved here, it's been closed for some reason.
Gaster.
It makes me wonder if there was some disaster. Whatever's inside there might be worse. Of course, maybe that's just my paranoia speaking, but I will say I've only seen a couple people head over there. Undyne and the mayor. So you asked the mayor, or Undyne, to chaperone you. I'm sure that you might be able to help you with your project. By the way, in the process of asking Undyne, if you could tell her to call me or text me back, I guess I could just otherwise find out if she hates me. That would really help me out. She's sort of not answering my calls.
Alright, you. You. Chris, you came over to check on me? That's really nice of you. Do you think I could talk to you later? Key? Yeah, I think I was singing a bit off key. Haha, can you blame me for being distracted? Chris Meister, hey, what's the deal, Snowmobile? Locked out? Noelle wasn't stuck outside the gate again, was she, Chris? Carol, damn, I keep telling her to keep the key at City Hall, but she insists on keeping everything important at home. Like when Noelle was a kid, she made paper snowflakes for Carol to hang up at work, but But Carol just wouldn't take him there, because she wanted to keep the damn things safe. She preserved them and stuck them up on the wall at home. Of course, you know Noelle, she had to cry over that, until she went to make snow angels with you guys. After that, she forgot she was sad at all. Anyway, what was I saying? It was acquired. You can now report the hint to Susie. You know, this morning Noelle was saying, I wonder if Chris is going tomorrow too. Just make sure she was having fun, alright? Sorry, honey, I'm still catching up with Rudy. You and Susie can go home earlier if you want to. Punch gone. Tell Susie the info. Cool, let's hear what you got. You explained the situation to Susan. The song is even lower pitched this time than it was last time. The only two leads we got are Undyne and the mayor, huh? I guess if we think about the three symbols on the shelter, that pretty much tracks. One looked like the church symbol. Don't got the code yet, but could be here. One looked like the badge the cops wear, so Undyne probably knew something too. One looked like a pine tree, and the mayor likes trees, right? I mean, there's one in City Hall. I mean, that's why the knight captured Undyne. They wanted to take their code so they could get in. But in that case, you'd have to know the other two codes too. Someone who goes to church, who knows the mayor, who also has something to do with the cops. Who the hell could that be? It's Asgore. Guess City Hall's our best bet for now. Noelle said her mom keys everything important at home. Noelle didn't say that, Rudy said that. Yeah, wait, now that I think about it. The mayor is Noelle's mom, right? Maybe if we tried? Chris, and Susie? Would you want to come by my house? And work on our projects after church? Yeah, of course. Great. I'll, go bring my dad back to the hospital. Cool, that's, awesome. See you later. Too easy, right? Boom, give me 5. What's up? You, got something against Noelle, Chris? Like, hey, maybe things took a weird route right now. You can't just say that. I mean, who'd expect that she'd ask us like that, anything like that? You sent me a Discord link. It's like things took a right about now. Chris, I remember your weird roots. We should be glad it's going so fast, right? Right? Hey, how about some red stuff, huh? You're lost. You know you're gonna want it later. Let's just go already. No fun allowed. Chris, Susie, how about going to the diner? Oh, Tori, what a coincidence seeing you here. Just after church ended, too. Oh, hello, Asgore, Oh, Tori, would you look at that? Seems I had some extra flowers lying around, and... Asgore, I think I have to go. I'm sorry, can we talk later? Of course. Well, little blossoms, we tried our best. Just hope Azrael will be able to see us all back to normal. Oh, Chris, how are you doing? Would you like some flowers? Share with your friend. See you later, alligator. Hey, let's change out the hell out of these clothes. Now what? Want to check up on Rousey at school? We should probably catch him up on the plan. Or I guess we can go to Noelle's first. Whatever you want to do. It's the weekend. Buttons.
That was awkward. Freak, family, your family.
It's a toy with beads on the track. One of the blue beads is broken and torn off. Is my theory correct? Oh, the library's not even open. Library is closed this weekend due to a lack of volunteers. I thought you'd be able to go to the library doors. Now I'm going back to the hospital. I wanted to check on the Birdly situation. I swear I'm going back to the hospital. Chris, that service was pretty long, wasn't it? You want to talk about something? Susie Meister, nice seeing you at church today. Thanks. You feeling any better? I'll get back there, just church was a lot. Susie? What? You going to the festival tomorrow? Me? Yeah, I guess, if I have to. Noelle, she's not going with anyone. Her? Wow, what the heck? No way. Never expected that from her. Whoa, total left field. I mean, she's like top shelf. People might get psyched out. Top shelf? Yeah, anyway, I mean, man, it sucks to be her. Haha, it'll be fine, sweetheart. Damn, she can ask anybody and they say yes. I wonder. That's right, festival tomorrow. Told Noelle I'd go support her. Just gotta save up my strength and then I'll be busting out of here, baby. That's right, festival tomorrow. Told Noelle I'd go support her. What, you want to go in by yourself? Whatever. Oh, shit. You turned on the spare heater to the high setting, to a higher setting. He's breathing slowly. Might be your imagination, but he seems cold. Space heater. I'm dyslexic. I mean, yeah, we did just Snowgrave him. I feel like clicking heat would stop weird route shenanigans. Burley's in there, right? Don't give me bird flu or whatever he has. Ah, your friend? He's still... In any case, thank you for bringing him in yesterday. I didn't do that. Interesting. So, like, all of Chapter 3 happens, but I guess between sealing the fountain and the start of Chapter 4, Chris takes full control and brings Birdly here. Chris really doesn't want this to happen. I guess the egg on Chapter 1 is still possible to get, so I have that one. You can only get the egg in Chapter 1.
When the light is running low.
Yo, did you hear there was a secret song in this? I don't know if you heard it. Where'd it go? Yeah, this one right here. It's pretty interesting. I wonder what lore implications that has. Just checking everything just to be sure. Alright, time to be in the shitty dark world that has shit in it. Or I'll say... Susie, Chris, welcome back. I missed you. Yeah, let me tell you about something. Remember that cop last night, Undyne? The Knight took her and locked her in the shelter south of town. We gotta get her out, but the door's solid steel. There's no way we can break in. So now we're looking for the codes to the lock. We thought Noel's mom might have one, but... Are you worried about her, Undyne? Me? A cop like her? Hell no. It's just that... Don't worry, Susie. Someone strong like her will be okay. I want this place to be where you can forget about the real world for a while. Just relax, okay? And if anything tough happens, I'll come and help you two as fast as I can. I want you too, Susie. Yeah, alright. Knock it off with the stupid voice. Why? Ooh. Susie, why did you teach this poor innocent boy this nonsense, this absolute nonsense? No TV. Seems that the building isn't ready to open yet. Maybe there wasn't enough staff. Glow wrist and iron shackle. I didn't get the spike band before. Still, the thorn ring and pure crystal is still very interesting. I mean, I'm not using the amber cards, I may as well. And, does this help me at all? Spike band, it's still attack up. It is attack up. But I don't want to lose the defense. There's been a theory of doing an abandoned Chapter 2 weird route to keep the Thorn Ring. But it also might be possible later on in, like, 5 or later, if Noelle is a party member again, to take the Thorn Ring off of her then. But I don't know. I know what you're going to say. Now. There's no shame in it. You fought the knight, didn't you? We all know there's no winning there. If only you had the Shadow Mantle, your luck might have gone another way. But it's over now, isn't it? No mantle, no crystal. Don't have a long face now. We all knew this would be nothing would come of this. But it was fun to pretend it might be for a little while. Thank you. Yeah, congratulations. Your town's love is cracked. Perhaps you don't treasure this place so much. But it treasures you, whatever you do. And before this, let me first go in here. No task manager, fuck you. No cat cafe. El Nino and La Nina are just by default here. We're gonna put La Nina in the cup chair. And El Nina can chill with Rudin. I am curious. Shadow Crystal? Yeah, you don't have to fucking do it a second time! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Yeah! Fuck you! Read it and weep, fucker! Got a funny story, you see. The Edisons wanted to buy out my store. So I bet them for it on a game of cards. Hand after hand, they lost, and lost stubbornly, doubting their bet each time. After a while, they lost their store, their money, and even some of their clothes. Of course, in the end, I laughed and gave it all back. Can I not give it to you? What do you mean I can't give it to you now? You're lame. Maybe if I grabbed it first and then talked to him? Because, like, I have it in my inventory. Need to get the items first before talking. I mean... is it worth doing that? It's really not a lot of replay. I'm very happy this is still the case, where you only have to beat the boss one time. The same goes for Spampton and Jevil. Their shadow crystals and items show up here if you don't fight them again, and you, like, replay the game. So you know what? Thank God. I'm still gonna have to refight the Roaring Knight on my Nintendo Switch, but at least here I don't have to do it anymore. So, very happy about that. Well, I have the crystal. It's in my inventory, Sham. It's right there. It's right there in my inventory, Sham. I don't know if he didn't account for this or not. If Toby Fox did not account for getting the shadow crystal this way or not. But I have it, and I talked to him, and he didn't accept it. So, I don't know. I have the black shard, though. Also, frickin' he talks about the Addisons wanted to buy out his shop, but there's no Addisons here. Such is the way of the worm. Trying to start a fan club. We don't have any members. Think you could recruit anyone, Chief? Nope, screw you. Queen is like the only person who's still here, so... seems to be closed. Oh, it's not even a fun room anymore. It's just Queen and Trashy are the only two Darkners. Boy, oh boy, I'm Trashy. I love being a wacky roommate. I wish, lately, I'm the one that picks up and puts the trash in their body. I wish my roommate was a little more like me. A giant bouncy trash can, but with big red lips and eyelashes like a girl. I can do my Queen voice again. I'm not sick anymore, so... Oh, Chris, how are your adventures going? You didn't happen to recruit any cyber guys, did you? Maybe even a smart coffee machine? Haha! Noel, at least say hi to Noel for me, ha! Chris, do you have any games on your phone? I mean to turn into Darkners. Chris, I will give you 40 net coins to let me befriend Flapping Bird. So sad. Oh, I'm not even allowed. Instead of looking over there, how about seeing the special surprise in your rooms? How about I just don't, actually, and we just, on the weird route, just, never actually see the surprise and never go into Rousey's room. Fuck you. I am curious, though. I'm starved for entertainment. It greatly embarrasses me to ask this, but would you have anything I could watch? Don't suggest anything. I mean, I just saved, so I'm gonna ask to suggest Tenna. Actually, we have, like, this friend, Tenna. Oh, they're like a little video boy. I mean, actually, they're kind of broken right now. Yeah, never mind. Broken? Oh my, what are they, some kind of robot? No, they're just, I mean, we'll fix them, I think. So sad. We don't have Onion on this this save file because we were mean. Hey Chris, watch this. Lake, skip. I can hear you trying not to laugh, dumbass. Fine, we'll see how far you get at the lake next time. See if I can do it again. I've skipped rocks before. I don't remember if I was very good at it, but I've skipped rocks before. Alright, I don't think it's happening. Alright, time for the route to be weird. I did, I sent you a message. If you looked at your DMs, you'd know that. We made it. Where the hell's Noelle? I'm gonna get hungry waiting around. Chris, got any snacks? That works, I guess. Susie, Chris, hi! Sorry I'm late, I just had to... Yeah? Is that a rose? This? Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, shoot, did you want some? I can pick it up the stem if you... No, it's fine, this way. Here's my house. Sorry, it's not much, but... The hell? It's huge! I'm already getting lost just standing here. Oh, really? Then, here. I'll show you around. I feel like I remember seeing a screenshot of, like, talking to Noelle outside here. Gotta admit, this room's kinda sus. Especially that vent. Nice reference, Susie. Noelle's a gamer. I've seen some good fan art of Goth Noelle. It's pretty good. Anything else in here? Skateboard game. Running like a dream. It's that green dog puppet wallpaper. Green dog puppet. I don't know the significance of green dog puppet. Pluie is a black cat. Oh, you know what? You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. That is totally Gur. Absolutely. It makes this canon. There's this Siva Gunner rip, Field of Hopes and Dreams PAL version. It's a pretty good song. There's lots of good art of, like, Noelle in here. It's really, really good. She's absolutely, like, I want to say this is now canon in the game now. This just feels like it's Noelle. I don't know if this originated from Siva Gunner. I think the original... Oh, someone even commented the fact that Green Dog Puppet was referencing this completely flew over my head. I think actually, yeah, I think that's real. I genuinely think that's real. Because I remember the original artist of this song commented on this video somewhere, but I don't know where exactly. But yeah. That's pretty good. Anyway, we're gonna traumatize her now. Alright, I think we sit down. Actually, don't yet. Save, just in case I fuck something up. About your projects. Well, oh, also, Birdley's in the hospital. Does Birdley still pick up the phone? Hi, Mom. What's up? Yeah, I took Dad home, so it's just, me here. No problem. I can probably just cook something. Gosh, Mom, I'm not going to burn myself. See you later tonight. Sorry, should we go ahead and start our projects? Wait. Huh? Don't we need more, like, stuff? Oh, well. Like, you know, paper, pencils, project stuff. Chris, you should, go look for it. Gosh, you're right, Susie. Chris, I think there was some stuff in my room, you know? You wanted to go look. Susie just wants to be alone and gay. Damn, can't believe that worked. Go look for clues before Noelle gets sus. Chris, if you can't find any pencils or anything, I can help you get find some later. This wallpaper is cycling wallpaper. Noelle and Des at the pageant as kids. Des holding a cracked baseball bat. Noelle's family looking festive. Noelle's family in the snow. Far off snowy city. Green dog puppet thing. Noelle's family edited to be elves. Des holding a cracked baseball bat. I'm not looking at chat, I'm just gonna mess around. Play the piano? No. leave out the front door. Asgore's in the bathroom. It's a heart or human soul-shaped pillow, depending on your opinion. Alright, I think we need to go into Dessa's room. Alright. There's a code taped to the inside. It says shelter. Haha, funny. Leaned down inside the guitar, read the numbers, the passcode. 1, 2, 2. Ah! Oh no! I've been ripped out of the soul of this non-binary teenager. I cannot believe it. Chris? Are you up there? Oh, here it fucking comes. It's gotta get weird. Chris, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. You know, just the two of us. If you don't mind, I mean. I'll be in my room, okay? Anyway, grr, grr, grr. Grr, soul, evil, Oh, I think I know how I activate this. I said before that it seemed like having a full view of Noelle's room and the kitchen were very significant, but I don't have a full view of Noelle's parents' room. I need to go up here to Noelle's room. Here we fucking go. To be honest, I've kind of been waiting for a chance for us to be alone all day. There's something I want to talk to you about, Chris. I wanted to talk to you about last night. Last night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, all I could see was snow. I was terrified, Chris. Terrified it was all real. I went out on the porch to breathe, and that's when I felt it. A hand on my shoulder. I froze. And then I heard your voice. Chris's voice. You said, "Sorry for being weird at the hospital, Noelle." You said it was all a stupid prank. You said Birdley was going to get better. Chris, your voice, deadpan, mumbly voice, even if you sounded kind of weak and shaky. I don't know why, but it felt so long since I've heard it. I even started sniffling. Chris, you're back. Chris, thank you. Well, no thanks for pranking me, but... Chris, can I say something else? Proceed. Chris, there was something else you did. Something else I have to ask you about. Why the fuck am I in the room? Because that's where the dialogue box was! You took my hand and pulled a thorn out of my finger. You said when I saw you again... Chris? What are you... Okay, so I definitely fucked it up. That's why I saved beforehand. If I'm gonna fuck it up, I'd rather see the fuck up. Okay, so that's abandoning the weird route. That is full-on abandoning the weird route. I am perfectly fine with that. I wanted to... I didn't do that on purpose, but since I fucked it up, I'm glad I saw it. I will say... I said at the start of the stream, I have seen that there is a cutscene here in Noelle's bedroom, because a lot of people were talking about it, but I haven't seen the cutscene, and I have not seen what happens in the cutscene. I've just heard that this is, like, the Weird Route cutscene of the chapter. And I think it's very interesting. There was something else you did. Something else I have to ask you about. After you said all that, you took my hand and pulled a thorn out of my finger. And then you said that when I saw you again, you said not to mention you did any of this, or... Chris, it's okay. It's just us. You just said not to mention any of that, because it'd get heard. Chris, it's okay. It's just us. Who's going to hear? Me. Cool noise. Chris, your voice. Chris, that's another joke, right? That voice. How the voice from my dream? Because it wasn't a dream. Sorry, Chris. What did you say? I must have misheard you. No, there's no way they heard. There's no way they heard my thoughts. Sorry, just a prank. I heard. What are you talking about, Chris? I didn't say anything. It's impossible. That's impossible. It's just a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. If you can hear me, say red or blue. Red. Say green or black. Black. Say it didn't happen. Say it didn't snow. It happened. You're lying. You're lying. Noelle will get stronger. Chris, what did you say? Equip. Chris, what is that? Proceed. Me when I slide across the couch. Chris, that's not the thorn, is it? That's not the thorn ring, is it? Proceed. Chris, come on. You still... What about last night? What about... Didn't you want to protect me? Proceed. Why can't I move? Why can't I look away? Noelle, do something! Equip. Chris, I think I just need to, gosh, I think I have to... quip. Chris? I think things took a weird route just now. Oh, now I have to take a shit? Chris has to take a fat shit. All over the soul. Shitting all over the soul right now. Chris? Chris, are you okay in there? Just thought I'd let you know. Mayor Carroll is asking everyone to leave. And, I thought you looked a little down today. So, I made a special treat for you. Your friend and I will be waiting for you outside with it. Feel better, Chris. Chris really doesn't want this to happen. Very badly. I've been a very naughty soul. And Chris has half HP. There's nothing to even interact with in here. I'm gonna look something up here. Because I've heard about this cutscene, but I had not watched it before. But I have heard that this cutscene has been edited twice. Because apparently it used to be a lot worse on launch day. Is that after clicking equip for the last time, that big shattering doesn't happen. Instead, a small rose appears on the screen and fades away, and that's the whole cutscene. I think the shattering impact... Is there a sound associated with this, or what? It still plays the noise, but I think the shattering that happens in the newer cutscene is a better thing. From what I heard about in this instance, is that people were taking this as, like, Chris, like, raping Noelle. Because she's being, like, quote-unquote deflowered here. As a flower shows up and fades away, people were interpreting that as Chris deflowering Noelle. As, like, taking her virginity. And, like, that's definitely, I don't think, the intention. I mean, there's some fucked up intentions in the weird route, but, like, I don't think that was the exact intention Toby Fox was going for, because this was patched twice. Like, this is the original. I don't know what it got changed into, because I think Toby removed this, and then changed it to, like, the big shattering on the screen. So I'll see if I can find the thing. It was just a small dot on the screen. He changed it to just a red pixel. A much smaller red pixel. Okay. That has something to do, actually, with, if I do to deltarune.com/chapter4... No, not chapter 4, thank you, just chapter 4. Yeah. Deltarune.com/chapter4 used to just, or it has right now, just a small red dot in the center of the screen. And that's all that was ever here. So this was definitely hinting toward that. Clicking it brings you to this page that lets you find the thank you message, which lets you go to deltarune.com, chapter 4/thank you, which originally this had, like, a field that you could put in. It had to put a valid email address in the top bar and a bottom bar that just had, you would just put in any number, and it would just say thank you. I actually got an email back 12 hours later, and it was supposed to be like, how long did it take her to smile, was like the text. And 12 hours later, it gave everyone who submitted a thing an email back saying you submitted blank time or whatever. I could find my email and show you, but it's really nothing special. And now all this page says is thank you. So, still something related to the weird route here. But yeah, that scene is, it's a little bit fucked up. Chris, how are you doing? Chris, if you aren't feeling your best, perhaps you should just go straight home and rest. Here. I borrowed some sweets and made you hot chocolate. It's your favorite marshmallows, melted candy bars, and a little pinch of cinnamon spice. See you around, Chris. Guess we can go. Hot chocolate, topped with homemade marshmallows in the shape of bunnies. Recently seems like weapons can't be thrown away so easily. Hey, so while you were keeping Noelle busy, I looked inside that room next door. There was this weird guitar in there, and on the inside of it, there was a code to the shelter. Didn't get to write it down, though. When I went to the living room with it, your dad caught me and started talking to me, until Noelle's mom showed up, super pissed. Great. The hell are we gonna go back there now? It's totally watching us through the window right now. Anyway, it's raining here. I have been live for 4 hours now, because I went straight from Chapter 3 into Chapter 4 here. So I might just save the rest of the Dark World for next time, unless I just keep going. I could keep going. When I say next time, I'm thinking just like, yeah, you can steal with your rejection. I'm probably gonna have the weird route for chapters 3 and 4 all in one video, so you don't have to wait for multiple parts this time. I could probably cut down all the chapter 3 stuff pretty significantly, since there wasn't anything there. But I think I'm gonna stop here, and I'll pick this up again tomorrow. And then I can finish this, and then this will all be one big video over the weekend. So we saw the fucked up cutscene, at least. There's one cutscene I can look at right now, before I go. Sure. Oh, probably the hospital. And that whole thing was a disaster. And this is gonna sound dumb, but you know what else kind of bites? Didn't even get to hang out, really. All three of us, I mean. Temporary on hold due to patients. Okay, so can't go to the hospital. Oh, you know, Noelle said she wanted to talk to you, but something about her look was kind of weird. Why? Couldn't she just talk to you in front of me? What were you two talking about? I'm freaking the fuck out, man. I'm freaking out. I'm tweaking. It wasn't about me, right? What? Fine, I won't bring it up again. I don't know, shit. That was pretty weird. Alright, I'm gonna be done here for now. I will finish this tomorrow. Heya! I am back with Deltarune, the weird route. When we last left off, the weird route. We're continuing the weird route. It's pretty strange. You could call it weird. It is the following day now, and there was a funny cutscene here, and then we saw that. I could go down to the bunker just in case there's anything here, but I doubt it. Just know where one of the codes is. We still gotta hurry. I'm interested to see what else is different about this chapter. I still am going to be skipping most of the dialogue to go through this faster. And if there's anything new, I'll stop to read it. Or if there's anything I want to read, I'll continue to read it. But I read all this on my blind playthrough that I did like a week ago. Mom could be in there. Damn it, you're right. We spend all day waiting around. We have no idea what they might do to her. Alright, Chris, let's go. The details. We'll figure them out later. Come on. At this very moment, as we're entering the Dark World, Sans the Skeleton is fucking Chris's mom. At this very moment. That's why the front door was locked. The front door was locked because she doesn't want anyone coming in. There's only one thing that needs to be coming in. And it's her. Gives me the creeps. Etc. Save over that. And we will speed through here. Can't do anything up there. And then also the night. I don't want to hold down C because I don't want to accidentally skip any dialogue that's different. Screw you. I'll try my best to dodge this. No promises that I will. No promises that I will. No promises that I will. Alright. What happens if you do get up there is that the knight will just sit still, and Chris will sit still and not attack the knight, and then the knight summons like 15 swords, and it hits Chris. Oh no, my Chris. I will say, the Chapter 3 or Chapter 4 music, I absolutely am in love with these songs. I have been non-stop listening to these themes for days now. Like, all the songs in this chapter are, like, absolutely mesmerizing. And the vibes are immaculate. Especially From Now On, which is this song right here. From Now On is just too good. Man, the Black Shard is so strong, we are instantly losing this Gui. And we won't get to hear the song because we're destroying them. 4 is greater than 2 equals 3 is greater than 1. Which is, you know, his opinion. But it's like the same structure of, like, Chapter 3 is the same kind of thing as Chapter 1, where it's not like a super duper long chapter, but also doesn't do anything super crazy, while Chapters 4 and 2 are the longer chapters that also do something crazy and are a lot longer and more interesting. So, like, that's the whole thing. In my personal opinion, I find 1 greater than 3, but I understand the perspective. That is what I was thinking of. Stronger. I'm glad that my personal theories, at least, about Gerson were correct, which were borrowed theories from other theories of Gerson Boom being an actual pivotal character in the game. Because I was always a believer, once I heard it for the first time, I was always a believer of, you know, Gerson's hammer being resurrected in the Dark World. I'm glad that Gerson actually gets, like, character development and things, because we don't get to learn a lot about him in Undertale. Also, that pose of Susie with her arms crossed, like, only shows up here. It's really, really cool to see, you know, all this stuff happen again. Can I just, like, just go to the next room? Do I even not need to worry about Gerson? I can just go to the next room. Yeah, Gerson's just there. Something I had, found out, is that the "I'm old" saying here, this is, like, a really, really, really old running joke from Toby Fox when he used to make, like, Earthbound ROM hacks. He used to make custom enemies that would just say "I'm old" above their head in a text box. And he was considering doing it in Undertale and then didn't do it. So it came back, like 18 years later in Deltarune, which is quite amusing. However, no acts, not allowed. I also don't know why Toby changed Gerson's laugh to Yah-har-har, when in Undertale it used to be War-har-har.
I have a mighty hankering to read a book. I just can't reach it.
Can it, old man? Does this look like a library?
How do we get this open?
Leave. Hey, if you don't... I don't get to skip the puzzle, you don't either. I also meant to say this after doing the Gerson fight earlier in actual chapter 4 is, I mentioned this in a Splatoon highlight, but I need to mention it here. In my opinions for Undertale, if I'm listening to the Undertale soundtrack in full, I am skipping 2 songs. One of them is Metal Crusher. I do not care for Metal Crusher by Ralsei. The other one is Spear of Justice. I do not care that much for Spear of Justice. I love Battle Against a True Hero, but Spear of Justice is not... Oh, this keeps looping until Ralsei stops his dialogue. That's interesting. You're not skipping Wrong Enemy? Wrong Enemy's funny. I love Battle Against a True Hero. That song is amazing. But, like, Spear of Justice and Nyah, I do not care to listen to that much. However, I love that the Spear of Justice motif is used for Gerson, because Undyne talked about in Undertale how Gerson used to train Undyne. And that's how Undyne learned so much of her combat prowess. Can I just, like, not go that way? It's blocked off until you go that way. Actually, can't I? I'm curious. I want to see if this works. I'm gonna go to my own stream highlights and go to the end of... It was Deltarune Chapter 4, Part 1. Is where... Nope, Deltarune Chapter 4, Part 2 is where I did this puzzle. Right here. It is up, up, down, down, left, left, right, up. Yeah, you can just do that. Hey, old frog dude. Looks like you were wrong. The way through's over here.
Ah, what a relief you found the right way. This nice young fella behind us was just raring to go through.
There was small dialogue for weird. Really? I mean, I'm not... I saved. I'm not that far behind. I just wanted to see if you could do that.
Oh, you went this way. You know, I've got a mighty hunch this ain't the right way. Though I do like going the wrong way. You get better ideas that way. Now, what do you think? Where do we go? No wrong answers?
Nowhere. I say nowhere, correct? Yes.
Nowhere. Your words just now got something peculiar ring to them. I can tell. You're having some relationship trouble, ain't you? I've seen it all, you know, at your age. If things go cold, you might think your whole world's ending. But you know, things go on. You'll grow up. Just keep living. Everything will be alright, sooner or later.
I mean, those are some wise words from a wise old man. That's actual advice. Anyway, here's the thing I didn't get to see in the original Take One. I need inventory space, which I don't have right now, so fuck the CD bagels. It's got crunch. How elegant. Take one. Take another. You put your hand in the bowl of candy. Huh? The center of gravity shifted. Chris, you greedy dumbass! Now we have to eat them off the ground. Ralsei, stop being such a wimp and help! Like, at least pretend to eat the candy or something. Got it. At least we can have a little bit of a laugh. I didn't get the other way. Gotta do that. What? There. Also, I apologize for, like, I reacted, but I don't feel like I reacted enough to Gerson being on screen the first time. But the entirety he was around in this chapter, I was entirely confused about what the hell was going on, so I didn't know how to react. Because I had my own theories, but I didn't know if any of them were correct, and I had to wait to the end of the chapter to prove myself correct. Chris doesn't seem to think it's a priority now.
Suppose that's right. Suppose that's right. Well, now, think you can find a way back from here? By the by, I'm on a little shop for my studies, so if you find yourself there, you do the thing. Bye for now.
And again, such a massive missed opportunity to not have, like, a zoomed-in sprite of Gerson here. Because, like, I mentioned Chapter 2 had Swatch. I forgot to mention Chapter 2 also had Spampton. It had Spampton and Swatch. And that significantly enhanced the characterization of Spampton, as being able to see him super up close like that. And do all the stuff with Spampton. Like, it's such a shame that we don't get to see... And Sweet Cap'n Cakes. I forget those exist sometimes. And the Sweet Cap'n Cakes. There's 3 of them in Chapter 2 and 0 in 3 and 4. It's such a disappointment. Bye. I mean, I do want these. The wafer guards are all better than what we've got. I'm gonna get 2 of these. That's a weapon for Ralsei. Just want to see. I would rather... I mean, as much as I love the twin ribbon, the ginger guard is actually worse now. It's got drool on it. Don't eat it. She doesn't want to eat the holy wafer. And then glow wrist. I can actually put the ginger guard back on for that. And then, yeah, it's better defense, way better defense, and way better magic, but attack way down if I take Spampton off of Ralsei. As much as I would love the defense and the magic up, having Puppet Scarf for damage is what's needed. I think we're good there. And I would love Scarlixer. And then up here, toss Unwanted Armor, Amber Card, Amber Card. I probably don't need to hold on to many more of these unwanted weapons. I can sell Noelle's pencil. Oh, actually, hold on. Forgot to check something. Would it be in my storage? Storage. I don't think so, sadly. All this looks the same. Chris had Asgore's hot chocolate in their inventory before going to the Dark World, and it didn't let me throw that away. So I thought that would be like a weird route exclusive, like, healing item or something, but it does not seem to be the case. Because it would have, like, showed up in my storage or something if it did. Anyway, you. Bibliox. Goodbye, Bibliox. We have Asgore attacks at home. I also have found out the more money you throw in here, the better stuff you get. So we do want to throw in 1,000. Because that's how I got the revivement last time. I would absolutely love another revivement. There we go. There's something better. How much more do I throw in? Oh, actually, no, isn't there? I think there's one for, like, 99999. I actually saw something about that. If you throw in, like, I don't know if it's 9,999 or 99,999, I forget. It gives you a really good armor, I think. And also, the NPC there actually makes a reference to Muffet, saying you should give all that money to a spider or something. Oh, I've never pressed the reset key. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to press exit. Mystic Band. I know I just bought armor, but now I have more silver thing magic up. That would be for Ralsei, but like, too bad. That's the Absorb Axe, which I think is worse than Devil's Knife. It's actually better than Devil's Knife. Alright, goodbye, Jevil. Jevil has become obsolete. I do want to actually do this to check something. I'm just curious if clicking Observe Chris would do something on Weird Route. Which it does not seem to do. Unless I have to wait longer. Actually, because we never went into Ralsei's room, Susie would have something different to say. Dude, these books are really weird. All the pages are just eyes. I think one of them just talked to me. Damn, I read it at school. I'd read at school if it was like this. I did find something else out about the Jackenstein fight. And that is, your taking too long only happens after a certain threshold. I could stay here all I want, but once I start going down here, you're taking too long. And there's a thing on Jackenstein's attack there, where if you just stay in the maze, nothing happens. But if you stay completely still in this area for 9 hours, like if I would just stayed here for 9 hours, the attack would just end and it would progress the fight. And someone did a full no-hit run of Jackenstein by doing an attack and waiting 9 hours for the attack to end. And it takes like 82 hours to beat the fight that way. Which is, what if I just go to my own video and go to Deltarune Chapter 4, Part 3. And I do that. As the code doesn't change, it just lets me do it, so I don't have to go searching for it. I am curious if this Gerson stuff is any different. Because it's not related to Chris and it's related to Susie, I don't feel like it is gonna be different. I feel like they actually let me get the Shadow Crystal like normal. It's still so damn cool. Like, this is my favorite version of this motif, I think. I think I like this song better than Battle Against a True Hero. I don't think I got to finish my thought earlier. But, like, this is all just so good. I can jostle the axe a little. And I'm happy I get to do this fight again, because this fight's awesome. It's crazy how Chapter 3 dropped the ball so hard, and then Chapter 4 has just, like, the most peak of peak fights. There's also things to mention about what Gerson talks about here with this Lord of the Hammer prophecy that he has, or like that he based the thing off the prophecy. Because he says here, heroes defeat the king and stop the dragon. And there's a bunch of parallels with the prophecy, because this the game is based off the prophecy, and like the book series is based off the prophecy. With dragon blazes and whatnot. And what I interpret this to mean is, you know, Chris and Ralsei fight the king of the Card Kingdom, and when he says stop the dragon, I want to think that implies that they're stopping Susie from being a tyrant and being a bully. And then she comes over to the good side and realizes, it's like, hey, it's okay to be nice. I don't have to put on this, like, bully facade. I can actually be myself around these two people. Because Gerson says at the end of the fight that Susie's a lot like the dragon. And then there, it's the, he says, like, they ride chariots with the queen or whatever, which is straight from Chapter 2, because you go inside, you know, Queen's limousine and whatnot. And then I skipped past that, which I didn't mean to. I hate this attack so much. Like, this is his worst attack. I cannot dodge this thing for the fucking life of me. I don't know how you do it, and I'm gonna, like, the entire reason why I take so much damage in this fight is just from that one attack alone. Like, if I lose now, I would not be surprised. But then Trial 4, Trials of the Holy Hammer. Brightsmith gives the heroes a terrible weapon. Which is exactly what happens here of... Gerson is here, he was a blacksmith, and he gives Susie this super dope axe. And then Chapter 5 is interesting. Pink and Gold has some weird significance in this game, because all of the secret boss characters besides Jevil, I mean, I guess you could, in theory, say he's something like that, but he really doesn't have that color scheme. He does have a little bit of yellow, right? And he's got, like, yellow. He's got yellow and green, but not yellow and pink. If Jevil's, like, thing around his neck was, like, yellow and pink, that would be more interesting. But, pink and gold, as you can see in the background, symbolizes, like, a sunset kind of thing. Vast garden is charred in an inferno of jealousy. Oh, yeah. Oh, I am, like, so correct about my Chapter 5 prediction. Chapter 5 is so Asgore related. Like, the garden is charred in an inferno of jealousy. That is so totally Asgore. Asgore owns a flower shop. There's gonna be a dark world in his flower shop. And there's gonna be, like, a big, like, massive, like, garden of all the flowers he keeps in his flower shop. And Asgore is, like, so incredibly, like, jealous and, like, distraught with grief and whatnot. Chapter 5 is so Asgore related, and that makes me very excited. And then who knows after that? There wasn't any more chapters. Here we go. Next book, it never did get written. The story, it became so grand, so overwhelming. Some say it swallowed up the author himself. Bitch. Ones who could write the next, the youth. The pen was lying there for them to pick it up, to make the next page. He's referring to Alvin here. Referring to the youth. He wanted Alvin to try and write the next chapter of the book, to write his own story, because that's related to the letter he writes at the end of the chapter. And they never did. Yep, I remembered that. It's you, my dear. I see a story lit up in your eyes. Burning bright, burning black, burning up everything. I got hit there? That's bullshit. The bell's ringing now. Seems we've reached the final rounds. So how do you think it all ends? No, how do you want it to end? Come on. Shouldn't be taking damage on this attack, of all attacks. An ending, huh? I could choose, I guess. I wouldn't have an ending. Just better if stuff just goes on forever, right? Oh, you naive fool. I do not want to die here. Ain't that something? This late hour the bell rings. With the bells ringing out their justice, you choose eternity. Bro, I am washed up. But there's one thing that can overwrite the dark. A white pen known as hope. curious what he refers to, what he's referring to. This is literally the final attack. I'm gonna die here. It's gonna be really fucking funny. Okay, no, we're good. We're fine. There's like a different attack I've seen him do where he spams like a bunch of arrows, and I didn't get that one. I also had looked up some videos before, after I completed Chapter 4. There's a bunch of unused stuff in this game. Like, a bunch of unused stuff in this game. For the Roaring Night of Chapter 3, there's like 2 minutes in a video worth of like unused attack patterns from the Roaring Night that seemed pretty interesting, that I think may have improved the fight if they were implemented properly. Because they weren't attack patterns that were like bullshit. However, there's like 20 minutes in a video of unused attack patterns for Gerson. Like, they were messing around so much with the arrow patterns and whatnot. There was like so much crazy stuff. Like, look that up if you're interested. There's like 20 whole minutes of unused attack patterns for this fight. Guess this is mine now, huh? Justice X is added to your weapons. And take this too. For some reason, I found this weird piece of glass in my desk. Felt like someone really wanted me to use this thing, but it didn't interest me, so you can take it. The truth is, I was gonna give it to you if you beat me or not. But whoop, you actually put up quite a fight. Well, maybe you're losing your touch. Far from it. You weren't truly fighting by yourself, were you? Huh? Oh, you mean Chris? Yeah. I guess I kinda needed their help to win. Well, don't sell your own skills short either. You're something so real special yourself. You weren't bad either. Now go enjoy that axe. What I am curious about as well is Susie actually like acknowledges the soul a couple times in this chapter. Like near the end, I forget exactly. I think with sealing the fountain, she mentions something. And definitely here, because in Chapter 1, Chris's soul comes out of nowhere to help Susie in the fight against Lancer, which isn't really much of a fight. She's just kind of beating up Lancer for a while. But then it doesn't really get acknowledged again until right now, of Susie knowing about Chris's soul and how it helps her with attacking. I don't really know how or why she acknowledges that now. Like, it's been 3 whole chapters, and then she finally acknowledges, like, hey, Chris's soul is, like, right there, like, dodging the attacks. Like, literally, the fight would not be playable, because it's Susie attacking Gerson, but Chris's soul doing literally everything else. And the whole thing with the prophecy that Ralsei tells at the beginning of the game, it's like only the 3 heroes can seal the fountains, when it's literally just Chris is the only person here who can seal the fountains. Susie is there because she comes back, but Ralsei does not go anywhere near any dark fountains, because once sealing the fountain happens, Ralsei would turn back into a light world object, and we're not supposed to know what Ralsei is in the light world yet. Why'd you help me so much? You didn't have to. You remind me a bit of someone I used to know. Who? Just a character from that old story. Lord of the Hammer, huh? Well, hell if I'm reading that. though. Wait a sec. Isn't that what Dragon Blazer is based on?
Yep. And so they changed parts of the story. Of course, the biggest fans got mad, but isn't it interesting? The book was already just an interpretation of something else. Stories can be retold. They can be changed. That's what I believe. Huh. Words on the wall called you a hero. Whatever you end up being, I'm sure it'll be tremendous.
Anyway, which Dragon Blazer character am I?
Right.
You are the dragon. That's what I was hoping. Because again, Susie literally is like a dragon character. And we need to go this way. Forget what does and does not have items on it. We need to go up there, but I'd like to go this way for just a moment. Yeah, Winglade. He is not as good as my Black Shard. Get out of here. Mizzle is tired. You just turn into a puddle. I don't know how to dodge that at all. Get out. Not allowed. Caca, he's the most important. Now, I have heard some theories. I even mentioned this earlier yesterday. I have heard some theories already of the prophecy that we follow is not fully correct, but the weird route is the correct prophecy, because the girl in the prophecy we see later, love finds its way to the girl. Obviously the girl on the mural on the stained glass is not Susie. It looks more like Noelle to me. Apparently, in some unused things in the game right now, if you have Noelle in your party, Noelle can actually equip some of the swords that Chris uses. Because Noelle has, you know, like the holiday pencil and whatnot, so it would make sense for her to be also using pencils and swords. And the thing with love finds its way to the girl, I personally think, I am of the belief that hyperlinked block that Spampton talks about is actually, he's supposed to be saying love, but love is blocked in every instance. Because if you substitute hyperlinked block with love, it makes a lot of sense, especially if you go by love being the level of violence interpretation from Undertale, because Spampton wants to be constantly being big and powerful and whatnot. Especially in the weird route, Spampton Neo fight. He says something along the lines of, "You've been making, huh? You've been making hyperlink blocked? If you replace hyperlink blocked with love, you've been making powerful stuff, you've been becoming more violent, but also you're completely, like, twisting Noelle and making her your pawn, and, like, the whole, like, marriage and relationship aspect going on in Chapter 2 as well. The whole thing, you've been making love, haven't you? It fits perfectly there. So, love finds its way to the girl, I believe, means something along the lines of the weird route. Because we saw earlier Chris completely manipulates, and by Chris I mean me, the soul, completely manipulates Noelle entirely, and just, like, completely, like, shatters anything she ever had. So love, I'll get so hyperlink blocked. There's also that one. You could replace that with love as well, if you replace it with love meaning level of violence. Because he wants to become big, he wants to become powerful. He'll get so powerful, he'll see past the dark and reach heaven is the thing there. But like Noelle is like completely like shattered and broken in this timeline, in this weird route timeline. So it feels like something a part of the prophecy. Noelle has to be part of the prophecy, and in order for the prophecy to become real, Noelle has to go through this arc. She has to become a broken person entirely, which might have been what Susie sees at the end of the chapter, where Susie sees that Noelle has to become evil or something along those lines. And Susie doesn't want that to happen. Rousey doesn't want that to happen. And she says that Chris doesn't want that, or she thinks that Chris might not want that to happen. But little does she know that is what's exactly happening in an alternate timeline where things go awry. However, the other thing that I heard about is that none of that could be true, with the weird route being the true prophecy, because of this line right here: the Queen's chariot cannot be stopped. Because in the weird route, you don't ride in Queen's chariot. That just doesn't happen. Like, you do the whole thing with Birdly. Birdly freezes up, and it completely skips the segment where you're riding in Queen's limousine to get to the mansion. That just doesn't happen. So technically, this would be defying the prophecy. I don't even think you see Queen's limousine at all in Chapter 2 if you do the weird route. So that's literally just wrong about the weird route entirely. So who knows what's correct? Who knows what's not correct? Nobody knows. We're gonna go through a whole other year of speculation, and then everything's going to be wrong yet again by the time we start playing Chapter 5. So there's something here I want to take a look at. Why don't we just close our eyes and think about what she's doing in there? Seems unnecessary. Huh? But, you know, Susie might want to be... It might be nice if she had this chance to... Perhaps if you just close them for a moment. Don't. Perhaps if you just closed your eyes in general, maybe we could think of someone else. Think of Noelle. I have seen the dialogue for Thinking of the Night. I think the dialogue goes something along the lines of, like, you imagine the knight, and the knight takes off their helmet, and it's Jockington. And you imagine Jockington as the knight. Something like that. But no, Think of Noelle is what I want to do in this instance. And Rousey walks off screen at the very end there. I believe that is for... Well, first... Interesting. If I could speak my words for a moment, that's also fucked up. That is, how long did it take her to smile? What I wanted to say was Rousey walking off screen at the end of that cutscene. He's trying to look for the end of the prophecy so he could, like, destroy the panel so it doesn't show up in the path of Chris or Susie, so they don't see the end of the prophecy. Which is why he leaves. But Thinking of Noelle here is interesting. The red dot shows up, which symbolizes the, like, the puncture in her innocence, or whatever. How she's, like, still completely shattered and broken. But she says thank you there, which was part of the how long did it take her to smile Spampton sweepstakes page for deltarune.com/thank you, or chapter 4/thank you. I'm just going off of what I've heard from online community for the game. You know, like, she literally is not functioning as the same person anymore. She's, like, completely dark and twisted now in this fucked up reality we call Deltarune. So yeah. Chris. Hey, Chris, you okay? You were just standing there with your eyes closed. Then you just started breathing hard and... Here, get up. Or I'll say, where the heck were you? Huh? I was, I got the puzzle solution. Let's just go. It's weird that it doesn't let me have my other shadow crystal, but still. Here, Big G, you have anything to say about that? No. What good are you? Fuck. There we go. Had to do that again. I have found out that You've Got a Friend in Me was not a joke, and You've Got a Friend in Me is actually programmed on the piano. And if you play the song, Susie says, "Stop messing around!" There's not a lot of other songs that... There's a couple other songs that are programmed on that piano to have Susie say that, but You've Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story is one of them. I don't think it's actually possible to get in there. A battle? I merely want to investigate the container. How much damage is that doing? You brutes, you scoundrels, those who seek to conquer hearts by force shall find no pure tincture, but instead a bitter poison of gnashing teeth and regret. The water cooler stays its breath, too precious to waste, and keeps talking. What, you treat me like an egg? That you should break me? To reveal some hidden beauty in gold and softened ivory? Nay, for love is made of eggshells, and should your love be true, you would already know what lies inside. Disgusting. Smells like water with holes in it. What I am curious about now is if I try and flirt with it now. Romantic are your words, young soldier. Your words are sweet like honeydew. You say the same thing? Or, I flirt with everyone. You think, then, that I shall drink the words from those that would flatter a cadrel and find them sweet? Nay, you would do well to save such tangy powders for a man or woman of tap. Alright, bye. Also, when I see Susie running up the stairs with the knight here, I understand what Toby Fox meant a couple years back. We had that, like, unused, like, intro song for this game that later got used for the Chapters 3 and 4 reveal trailer. But Toby had a vision of an animated intro for this game where Chris, Susie, and Rouse are running up a giant set of stairs, and you can see silhouettes of all the bosses from the game on the sides, and at the very top of the stairs, at the top of with a big gray, specifically gray door at the top of the stairs, and the Roaring Knight is standing there at the top of the stairs and then turns around to face the heroes. I see the vision. Remember when we totally thought that this would be the end of the chapter and then it keeps going for another 3 hours? I'm also interested by something in this room. Under the door, weird smoke, no way, you don't think there's another dark world? Damn it, that means the night is still... It's locked. That stupid numbers lock again. Too hard to break either. Guess we could try looking for the combination. Come on. I love this song so much, too. I think the song is called 12 a.m. And there's another song later that plays that's called 13 a.m. Actually, this might be 13 a.m. I don't remember. Hold on. Deltarune. 13 a.m. Yeah, 13 a.m. is what plays at the end of the chapter when Ralsei's like having an episode. 12 a.m. is the name of this song. This is such a powerful song. It's only 30 seconds long and loops, but like it's so good. It's so good. What are these candles with people's names for, anyway? It's for birthdays, right? Prayer. Just kind of helps you pray for people. Hey, my name's there. That means someone must have... Pray for Noel. Hey, Chris, don't... Look, I like breaking stuff too, but... Your name's on here too, idiot. I think Chris specifically kicks and shatters Noel's candle there. I think this cutscene with Gerson's hammer is mandatory. When talking to Alvin at the end of Chapter 2... there's some stuff you can learn about Gerson. Before you leave the graveyard, because Alvin is standing at Gerson's grave there, and you're made to believe that the hammer is buried there at the grave, like it's supposed to be. But Alvin, as you're leaving, there's like says something that you can hear, and says something like, "Is it alright for this hammer too?" and then trails off and you can't hear the rest. I think he might be saying something along the lines of, "Is it right for this hammer to not be buried here? Or is it right for this hammer to still be in my possession?" Something along those lines. It's supposed to be just a tiny bit of foreshadowing to right now. So how does this play out? A little different. I didn't go into the room with the piano on purpose. I mean, is there something else in the room with the piano? Also, this just came out from Spooky Dude, Woody Theory 2. I'm gonna have to listen to Woody Theory 2 later. But this is a video by 8-Bit Distant of Weird Route Differences, and I missed something here. The cutscene with the T, with Gerson and the T. I didn't even think about this cutscene. But there's something here, too, that I missed. You're really just going through the motions, huh? Something tough's been going on with you, I can tell that sort of thing. And now you still gotta go through your day, still gotta talk, fight, do homework. I bet all feels pointless, don't it? Almost an insult that the Earth's still turning. But don't you give up, even if you gotta do those motions, trying to find something, anything in them. That means a little something. That means a little something, you hear? Thunk. Sounds like someone put another sugar cube in your tea. Don't drink. Well, if tea's not your fancy, how about an apple? You heard something being placed in front of you. Sweet sensation spread through your mouth. That's right, just take a bite, Chris. Chris, don't eat so fast. Chris, don't eat the... Your teeth clenched onto something small and hard. A bitter taste spread through your mouth. Don't eat the core, Chris. Put a handkerchief wiping your face. Chris, you can open your eyes, you know. When did the old man leave? And then the cutscene goes like normal. And then here. I'll never play again. Hey, Chris! What happened? You started saying something. And then you, like, bit the hell out of your hand? Damn, that's got a bruise. Damn, I shouldn't have told that story. Forget it. Also, we're not seeing that that's the normal end of the normal route. Interesting stuff there. I wish I did see that. That's my bad. But it's not gonna matter too much in the end. So I've also heard some stuff. I watched a video last night after I did the first part of the Weird Route about this game's parallels to another game you may have heard of called Omori. I've said multiple times, and I'll say it again. There was a tweet Toby made back in 2014 saying that he had an idea for a game that's not Undertale, and someone else is making a game very similar to his. And it's widely speculated. I don't know if it's ever been confirmed by Toby himself, but it's widely speculated that the game he was referring to is Omori, because Omori was, I believe, just starting development around that time, and it took a really long time for Omori to come out. Like, I think Omori was scheduled to come out in, like, 2015 or 2016 or something like that, and it didn't come out until 2020. But there's a lot of different parallels with Omori and Deltarune. And I was watching a video about other parallels with the game and how, like, the eggs fit into the situation, because, like, there's the eggs and the trees and stuff. It's a theory goes of, like, Chris is trying to, like, repress some thing that happened. It's possible that Chris is the person responsible for Dess's disappearance or something along those lines. And something happened related to trees, because Des is also related to or, like, the holidays are also related to trees, specifically, like, pine trees and stuff. So something could have happened with a tree, which also ties into Omori. Omori has very heavy ties to trees and stuff like that. I'm believing it slightly more now, because there's an entire thing in this game with Chris being related to apples considering they have apple-scented shampoo in their house. They like the taste and smell of apples. And in the Weird Route cutscene there, Gerson puts an apple in front of Chris, and Chris just absolutely devours the apple. Apples are known as, like, in, like, biblically accurate stuff of, like, the forbidden fruit. I'm pretty sure the forbidden fruit for Adam and Eve was some sort of apple and something like that. And there's an entire thing in Omori late in the game related to apples and the forbidden fruit as well. And, you know, we're literally inside a dark world created from the church, which is, you know, like, religion. It's not exactly Christianity, but it's still religion in general. That is a very interesting thing. And it plays the same sound effect again if you do the piano cutscene and say that you're never going to play piano again. The soul tries to make Chris say that, as in I try to make Chris say that. And Chris absolutely just bites down on their hand incredibly hard. Probably enough to, like, pierce the skin. Because, like, there was a munching sound. That was a crunch. Trying to get themselves to stop saying what they're saying. Chris still has some control over their own body while the soul is in there. But they have full control while the soul is not there. Chris still blushes in this cutscene. Like, Chris very desperately does not want any of this to happen. There's a dead pixel on the left side of the screen. Did you see that? There's a dead pixel on the left side of the screen. I don't know if... I'm trying to think of words to say. No, I forgot words, I think. I think I forgot words. I forgot words, I don't know. Let me just say, the second Sanctuary, I cannot get enough of second and third Sanctuary. I see so many people run through this room and don't see the whole thing play out. It also turns into a completely different room once that happens. I have listened to second and third Sanctuary so many times now that I genuinely find these songs incredibly relaxing. Like, I've put second Sanctuary on like a low volume, and I just leave my earbuds in, and I just listen to the song and fall asleep to listening to it. Like, these songs are just so incredible. Like, definitely my favorite OST of all the chapters so far. And that's saying something when there's amazing songs in chapters 1 and 2. That's some of my favorite songs of all time, like World Revolving and Big Shot and stuff like that. But just these, they cannot be topped. There's something I didn't do here the first time, which I thought I did. You have to do this, and you can smash that. I never ended up going in here, because I thought I couldn't. But it's this room. But it's like the reverse of the other room. Can I not be, like, terrible at dodging these, please? Oh, this would still be here because it's the same room. Never smash the movable bookcase. Not sure entirely. That one there. I don't know if you can you? How would you even get... Can you from here? Oh, you can. No, I've never seen anyone do that before. This is the first time I've seen this. There's a revivement in there. Nice. Oh, I didn't go there. Oh. There was a Twitch ad that played. There was a revivement in that chest. That's what you missed. There's just a revivement. I was saying, I've never seen anyone open that chest before because I didn't know it was there. There's a revivement inside, which is actually, like, really good because, like, revivements are kind of hard to come by. I've also heard stuff about this line here, the first hero, the cage with human soul and parts. I've heard theories of the original, like, that Chris, Susie, and Rouse are, like, the backup prophecy. There was supposed to be an original prophecy being told here. Rouse is trying to convince us that we're the heroes of the story, but the original... prophecy had to be Noelle, because Noelle is definitely depicted later. But it's supposed to be Noelle, and the vessel. Because the vessel could be considered a cage, because it's just a vessel that contains a human soul and has human parts. Chris is just being used as a vessel, but is not the vessel that we create at the start of the game. What is also interesting, too, is that Susie is depicted in the prophecy, kinda, because Rudebuster shows up. There is a depiction of Rudebuster. I'm gonna consume an item here. Sea bagel. I also do think it's interesting that, I think even Noelle, Rouse, and Susie have different, different songs that play when they consume a CD bagel, but Chris doesn't. It's not even like a piano or anything. Like right here, this is the symbol for Rudebuster. Also, that there's another thing that all of these, like, this is supposed to be a mirror world of the previous Dark World, because Susie didn't have the best intentions of opening the Dark World or something along those lines. All of the stuff in the prophecy that we're seeing is out of order right now. It's not exactly in order, because it's showing at last was the girl, or end last was the girl, at last was the girl, but then it goes to a different part of the prophecy after this. There's another revivement from that. I also hate that this is only used once. This was such a cool thing to see, and it's only used once in the chapter. For this one in-between room. I kind of wish there was more upside-down segments. Because it goes, at last was the girl, and then it goes, the second hero after that. Because we're seeing stuff either in reverse or just completely out of order in this dark world that Susie creates. We don't see antlers on the girl depicted here, but we do see that she holds a sword and that she has long flowing hair. But everything we're still seeing is not fake, it's still part of the prophecy. No. You haven't heard of it? Is that right? Is that right? No. Doesn't say anything neat. And I personally believe that for where Deltarune is going, I am a 100% firm believer that the next Dark World is Asgore's Flower Shop, and I want that to be true so badly, because I genuinely like Asgore as a character. I've always liked Asgore as a character. For both this game and Undertale. But I do think where the story is currently going is that the prophecy that we're seeing is slightly wrong in some way, or what Susie believes is wrong, and Susie isn't actually one of the chosen heroes. Because she's saying how she's, like, so excited that she finally gets to be a part of something in her life, because she's never been picked for anything and has always been the one left out of everything, and then she's trying to see that she finally gets this chance, but she's actually not part of the prophecy. It's entirely possible that the Rude Buster that we see on the mural is, could be a move that Noelle would be able to learn. I am just curious if you're able to go back through here. Let's pass this guy. And then a couple more of these down. No, I think the room just disappears. You left the moss for the next person. Pass it on. I can't remember if I ever ate the moss in previous chapters, but we'll let Chris have this one moment. We'll let Chris have that. At least I didn't notice the window. But yeah, love finds its way to the girl, because you can see the heart there. Heart obviously represents love, but it also traditional, like, love and whatnot. But it's literally at the center of their being. That could be, like, what Chris did to Noelle in the weird route. Like, completely, like, shattering and stuff, and letting the love, the human soul inside Chris completely take control over Noelle. And love being an acronym level of violence, getting stronger, getting more powerful. But Susie doesn't know that, but we as the player do know that. Just as Chris alone. Who cares if you're tired? I sure don't. You don't, like, respawn, right? No. If you're trying to recruit, they do. And I personally think the reason why there's so many of these prophecy mural things happening in these rooms is because this Dark World is so incredibly fucked up that it doesn't know where to put anything. gonna be quite tricky, just as Chris. Damn it. I don't like these attack patterns of the organic. If I hit that, it would have been perfect, but now you're gone. Now I can do normal dodging with this. This is a very simple attack to dodge. There. And yeah, the other thing could also be true with Susie might not actually be part of the prophecy, but with the hope that she has, as you say, it's possible for her to change and defy fate and actually become the hero that she wants to be. Or the prophecy could just, you know, always be set in stone, and the game has a bad ending every single time. Because even if Gerson believes that it's possible to change fate and tell your own stories, and tell different versions of different stories, telling different versions of the same story is literally what Deltarune is to Undertale. That's, like, the whole thing. And, taking what you know about something and making something new out of it is kind of just what everyone has to do. Because nothing is original, and you have to get inspiration from somewhere to make something new. Like me wanting to do Let's Plays as an example, I literally got my idea to do what I wanted to do from Chugga Conroy, and I literally say Heya at the start of all my videos because Sans says that. If you go back and watch my very first Let's Play ever of Steven Universe Save the Light, I used to say, like, hey everybody, or hello, or whatever, because I didn't really have an intro yet, and then I thought about it for a moment, and after, like, episode 10, I started saying, Heya, this is Pokeball 35, as my intro to my videos, because Sans says it, and I think Heya is a funny greeting. I say, Heya, this is Pokeball 35. I don't see anyone that I watch say Heya as their intro to their videos. And, like, anything that Toby's ever made was always inspired by Earthbound and any other classic Super Nintendo RPGs he played. Or, like, other classic RPGs that he played. Doesn't have to be Super Nintendo, because I know Moon was an inspiration for him. But Moon was a PlayStation game. I don't think a lot of people talk about how Rouse just, like, murders a Darkner, because that still is a Darkner. Like, even normal route when you're not fighting things. Like, when you fight a Darkner, they're lost, and they run away. But no, like, Rouse just straight up, like, destroys that thing. Genuinely, the first time seeing this scene for the blind pacifist playthrough, I was definitely getting a little bit emotional during this scene. You can hear it in my voice when trying to voice Rouse. There's something I'll bring up later on, after we're done with the chapter. If the thing you're referring to is, if I go to return to title, And then go back here. And then go to chapter select. If you're talking about the bottom right-hand corner, well, as soon as it likes to show up. If you're talking about the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, that shows the shadow crystals you have on save files. So, like, there's 4 of them there, because there's 4 things, and it's showing that I have a shadow crystal on save slot, like, 2 and 4 there. So, like, I still have all the shadow crystals, but it's showing that I have a shadow crystal on a particular save slot, because I started a game on one save slot, but then saved the game on a different one. So it's showing you what shadow crystals you have on what save slots. Because the stars here also mean what chapter completion you have on what save slot as well. Because, like, right now I have only completed the chapter 4 one time, and it's at the top of the thing. That's because the top save slot is the chapter that I beat chapter 4 on, or the save slot I beat chapter 4 on. So as soon as this loads back up again, because it's on here, right here is my pacifist save slot. Right here was, I haven't beaten the thing on this save slot because I went back and showed the thing you get for reopening your save after beating the chapter. So save slot 1 has a star at the top because that's the save slot I beat the chapter on. So when I do this and I beat this now... Oh. You can do this apparently at any time. Interesting. I didn't know that. Apparently after going into the 3rd Sanctuary, that opens up. Who knew? I didn't. I'm kind of curious what happens if I do. I think this is actually important. It should still play Lancer's theme, right? Yeah, because all the Darkners here, that were here in this line, were all Chapter 1 Darkners. It wasn't any, like, Shadow Guys, or, like, Addisons, or anything like that in this conga line here. They're all Chapter 1 Darkners. So it still canonically lines up with what you've done in your Weird Route file, because you wouldn't have any other Darkners. TV's open? Oh, TV is open. It's not open at the start. Now recruiting someone to be at this desk. Yikes. Currently under construction. What would be done if there were more recruits from the TV world? Mystery game. Currently under construction. Well, it's open, but you still can't do anything. Maybe Mike opens up after you beat the chapter here, but I think just because we fucked everything up, it's probably not going to open up again. Oh, I can show this off. I didn't get to show this off because I thought just going back up the stairs and going back through this room would just send me back to the door because it makes sense. But it's not. I didn't get to show this off yet. This is actually something completely different. It's you. You. You have to race Toby Fox up this pillar, and this is where the chicken comes from. If you follow Toby on Blue Sky for, like, months, like, last, like, November, October and November, he was posting on Blue Sky with this annoying dog sprite. And he kept calling it chicken because it looks like a roast chicken from behind. This is where that sprite comes from. Also, it plays Thunder Snail from Undertale. When you're in this section, which I think is pretty good. Toby crumbles and falls. but he has really big stilts. Really, really big stilts. No, he's gotta get my treasure. But actually, he just gets the bone. There's a bone there. It also plays a sound effect from Chapter 3. It would be funny if Annoying Dog had like a has a Dark World sprite that we just can't see, because the Dark World sprite of the Annoying Dog is just like one micro shade of white off from the shade of white that it normally is. You just get a dog dollar for doing this. It's just a funny little secret, and then you pop back here. But I would like to bring dog dollars to the very end of the game. There's also some stuff in this section that I also missed. That I would also like to show off. Goodbye. Do more books attack me? Or was it just the one? Because I was so focused on dodging the books, I didn't realize there's a secret over this way. If you missed this one, there's actually new prophecies here. They'll hear the ring of heaven's call. Pull the strings and make them ring something. No. That's actually pretty tricky to do. I think it might get easier every time. They'll see the tale of hell take crawl. Like, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? The tale of heaven, or tale of hell take crawl. You also get a princess ribbon from in here, which I will go back on my pacifist save and recollect these things I didn't get. But this is better attack and defense for Chris. Elegant lace ribbon with gloves delicate enough to see through. Susie would put this on, but the gloves don't fit, so Chris has to put it on. Also, what was that other stat that I had? Elegance and Slay Dark. And also Chris still says Dark Bead broken off but still locked. Acts of Justice faces fate with the blade. Can't hit me because you're bad. Actually, I missed this. It's right here. This, we're just not allowed to see what the angel looks like. forget if there's anything else for, like... Actually, no, there's a fight over here we have to do. It is mandatory to come here for the fight. Goodbye. This is still so interesting to me. Because he... With his flowers. Actually, here is a shot call in the dark here. It is entirely possible that Mad Dummy, Mew Mew, whoever you want to say their name... They might show up in Chapter 5. And my theory behind that is in Chapter 2, if you talk to her, she will say that, like, say hi to your dad for me, but like, oh wait, no, don't do that, he doesn't know that and then, like, cuts off. Because Asgore talks to his flowers in the flower shop, but they actually talk back, because... They're all ghosts in there. They don't have any corporeal bodies yet. And she'll go to Asgore's flower shop, because it's literally right next door, and, like, possess one of the flowers and, like, talk back to Asgore and have conversations and things. So it's entirely possible that that character will also show up in Chapter 5. If you don't have the egg already, you're able to actually go back here. So maybe maybe it is possible to go into the egg room. I didn't notice the stained glass be different. But I'm curious if it's possible. You can't get the eggs in any other chapter than Chapter 1. So it wouldn't make any sense for this to be here, but they do let me come back this way. Yeah, all of them are still upside down. I just don't... Oh, no, this one is here. I just missed it the first time. Alright. So it does let you go into the Roots room. I don't think it'll let you teleport. Because you definitely can't do this in Chapter 2 to get the egg, so I highly doubt this is going to work here. Oh. Never mind. That's interesting that it does let you do this. Because it's blocked off in Chapter 3. You can't get the one in Chapter 3 if you're fighting everything. I also really, really like this song of the egg song. The Man Behind the Tree song. Are you here for art club? This is where we draw pictures and don't kill each other. I am 100% certain that this is So Sorry, who runs an art club and is always in such a rush that they don't look where they're going and don't know where they're going. That is in character for So Sorry. He is behind the tree. Why is he behind the tree? I think this is very strange you're able to get the egg in Chapter 4 on a weird route. Huh. Something I also didn't do is if you wash your hands again after doing the egg. You ran the water over your hands and dried them. Between your fingers, a faint gray crease glittered stubbornly. You can never wash it all away. No, not quite. I mean, yeah, that guy. I mean, do I talk to him again? We are liars now, yes. It's fun being a liar. What do you mean by that, though? Please do not hurt me. Around. It's impossible to get that without hitting this. Another wafer guard in there. I feel like that's kind of pointless. Like, we're literally like several screens away from the end of the chapter, and you're giving me a wafer guard now, which is an armor you get at the start of the chapter. Like, I don't feel like that's kind of worth. While it becomes thin here, let's be careful. Hey, friends, if Jack move, wall will break, everyone will fall down. The hell are we supposed to do then? Climb off Jack, leave Jack here. What? Hell if we're leaving you behind. Susie, we just have to be realistic. Realistic when you say that? Let's just climb off carefully. Jack, stay here. Very still. Sorry, Jack. We'll seal the fountain as fast as we can. No. Jack! Jack dead. Damn it. We didn't see him land or anything. You think there's any chance he's still okay? I'll say, what do you think? That goddamn night. That goddamn night! Susie, don't climb so fast! Jack dead. Smashing pumpkins. Chris is moving on their own there. Anyway, cool dark embryos. They're so cool. Can we fight these, actually? Oh, you can. Also, was Chris, because I have the black shard, was that like 2,700 damage Chris was just doing just now? Yeah. When I'm fighting these, they actually get completely eviscerated. And it uses an animation from something that was technically unused in Chapter 2. If you hacked the game in Chapter 2, you can have Noelle use Snowgrave on normal enemies, and it actually just kills them, and it plays that fading away animation. I'm still doing 2,700 damage because I have the black shard, though. Good. Good. You actually have to be careful. I can't check my inventory right now, but I wanted to check the stats of the black shard again. Chris. It's a shame when you're going fast you can't listen to that whole song. Okay. Yeah, strikes the weakness of dark element enemies. That would definitely be whatever the heck those things are. I've also seen theories that this looks like the outside of a human head, like a bald human head, of this being the top, and then the first lump is the nose, and the second lump is the lips. I kinda see it, because then it's just not even the same silhouette. Valve head intro. Alright, can I fight you normally without doing this if I have the black shard? Chris is still doing 600 damage, but I think we have to do the TP gain stuff and actually do this fight normally. This fight is also still super sick, and I love... The name of this song is called Guardian, and it's a very, very good song, too. Actually, even just attacking it like that did 6% of its or 3% of its health. I want to do that again. I might not even need to do the TP gain stuff. God, the motif is so amazing. Yeah, that did another decent chunk of damage. I kind of don't want to get rid of the weak point. Or, like, expose the weak point, just to see if I can actually do it. If it's even possible, because I don't know. But yeah, it's going down. I feel like before, in the past, was when Chris was doing, like, 30 damage. I'm gonna waste a turn just to use a dual heal, because we have so much TP. It's nearly a full heal. And my amalgamate is lemon bread. Now this feels tense. I have a notification on my screen saying that there's an ad going to be playing in a minute, and when that thing shows up, it blocks some of the chat, and I can't see the message. Guardian has some weird similarities to AI Professor from Scarlet and Violet. At a different point in the song, I think I can hear what you're talking about. It's made by the same guy, so you know. You know what? I think it's time for a club sandwich. I've had it since Chapter 1. Is anything to keep Ralsei up? Please stop. And then TV dinner. Brent, stop hitting Ralsei. And I just like circle the corner. Sure, kinda can. You're a bitch. That attack lasts a while. Yeah, they really let me just go all the way with this. I should use another turn to use dual heal. Spend 2 turns using dual heal, actually. That should be good enough. Actually, why am I not using Rude Buster? Bro, that's like not a hard attack to dodge. Oh, dual heal's getting weaker and weaker every time I use it. Alright, well that's not good. Bro. I can't believe they're letting me let this go this far with this without taking the weak point down. Yeah, it goes down to half health. I don't even get to... Yeah, you could just do that, I guess. Fair enough. And then you start healing. Funny, I didn't want to do damage anyway. And then Gherkin. Do you think that's what he calls it sometimes? I've seen some great memes. With Garson showing up in this fight and, like, wrecking the shit out of everything. Mode. Did she not even say get dunked on there? There's a channel that I don't know the name of off the top of my head, but they seem to do like a bunch of like myth busting with modding Deltarune to see what some stuff happens. Of like right here at the end after this cutscene of like what's the prophecy that Susie actually sees that she shatters at the very end. But there's if you like go into like a free cam, there's actually nothing there. Like in the game, we're meant to believe that like Susie smashed something really important, and that is what she did in the game story. But like game mechanic wise, there's actually nothing there if you move the camera over there. Kind of breaks the immersion, but like that's the secret game developer trick. I hope you enjoyed listening to the really cool heartbeat, as I had to not be on the screen. Can I actually leave the room? Seems the way is blocked. I'll come back here in a moment. Also, the thing to take notice of in these that I didn't pay full attention to at first. I'm going to bring it up now. You know, the whole Deltarune is like cleaved in half and broken. I believe it's... Let me see. I want to see the colored Deltarune. Because I want to make sure I'm saying this properly. I want to see Chris's room, Dark World. Yeah. The Deltarune that's on the mat in Chris's room in Ralsei's Castletown is that the right triangle is up and is blue for Chris. The bottom triangle faces down for the Darkner, and it's green for Ralsei. But the final triangle for the final Lightner is the pink one representing Susie. And that one, on this prophecy thing here, is shattered and broken. It's the only one not standing up straight. And also, whatever this final part of the prophecy is massive. Like, that thing shatters, and it takes up this whole space here. I'm not gonna skip the text here, I think it's actually different. This stupid prophecy. Like, something like that would happen. I wouldn't let it happen. Chris wouldn't let it happen. And obviously you wouldn't let it happen. There's always a backup. There is. We haven't seen it, though. We don't know where it shows up again. Why wouldn't you laugh? It's just stupid. So stop crying, Kay. Everything's gonna be alright. Hey, Chris. Let's go seal the fountain, okay? Susie. She's a really, really nice person, Chris. How can she be so kind? How? I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry I didn't say the whole prophecy at first. I thought if I said something different, if we did something different, if we were just kind enough, by the time we got here, it would change. But no matter what we do, our fate is already decided. Sorry, don't look at me. I don't mean to make everything about me. I'm sorry. Everything's okay, Chris. Look, I'm smiling. Good. Keep smiling. Of course. You can count on me. I'll make sure we have a wonderful adventure tomorrow. And the next day, too. After all, that's what you want, isn't it? If you backtrack all the way back here, after Rousey speaks, it seems the way is blocked. You put out your hand, and just out of view, just perfectly out of view, another hand pressed against yours and pushed you back. In the game files, what's happening right now is that there's actually a noise that plays when this happens, but it's so low that you can't even hear it. If you edit the files to make the sound louder, it's the sound of guitar strings from Dessa's guitar. I think the ending dialogue that Rousey says if you hug him there is different. He says, I want to believe again. I want to believe it can change. There isn't just one ending. But what would that be? If there was something else, what would it be? And how do we know it wouldn't be something even worse? Chris, never mind. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Yeah, there's different dialogue for that. I wanted to do the other option because I hadn't seen it before. But he says, what if something different is even worse than what the prophecy tells you? Hey, Chris. Can I tell you a stupid dream I have? No matter what, I want to keep being friends with you and Rousey. When the sun comes up again, I want tomorrow to be the same as yesterday, and the next day to be just the same as that. That in the end, we can always go back to the way things were before. I wonder what's so bad that Rousey doesn't want us to see. I feel like it has something to do with someone being sacrificed, or with my other things with that I was talking about with Noelle. I feel like part of the prophecy has to be Noelle getting stronger. The whole loves finds its way to the girl thing. And that's what happens in the weird route. And Chris, on the side, unknowingly, is doing that to Noelle right now. Because Susie and Rousey don't know that's happening to Noelle. it might be in a later chapter or something, Noelle is important in some way and does something with the prophecy, and something happens to Noelle. But no matter what, I think something happens to Noelle. And Rouse knows how important Susie is to Noelle, and Susie is getting closer to Noelle in some ways, and knows that Chris was childhood friends with Noelle, and would be absolutely devastated if the only way to stop the roaring from happening would be to, like, sacrifice Noelle in some way. But there's a million different theories that you could think of what that prophecy says. We just don't know right now. We, as the player, don't know. It's possible that Chris actually knows, because Chris is definitely working with the Knight in some way. Susie's smile, which seemed to defeat everything, shined on in front of you, and for a moment, it was as if all the darkness had been blown away. As if, in imitation, your soul began to glow. I mean, once Chris puts the soul back in after the stuff at Noelle's house, they erase all the contacts on their phone so that you can't make them redial whatever number they had. I mean, is there supposed to be music playing there? I don't know. I don't remember. Hey, Knight? Chris? Is Toriel even... Let's just go. Oh, was it the dun-na-na, dun-dun-na, dun-dun-na, and that doesn't play in here. It's a door a large person could fit inside. Turn the doorknob. You didn't do anything else. Who is in here? Who's in here? Smells nice after the rain. It was widely speculated that there would be a song related to It's Raining Somewhere Else in Deltarune. With everyone talking about things. I tried to avoid spoilers as much as I could. I didn't hear the song, but I knew it existed somewhere in this chapter. So I was definitely taken aback a little bit when I heard this the first time. I wanted to be as slow as possible so I could listen to the song. What's very interesting is that It's Raining Somewhere Else was always related to Sans, because it plays at MTT Resort when you're on the date with Sans, and it also plays when you enter his secret laboratory behind his house. What's interesting about the place where it rained is that there was no Sans motif in this song, but it's immediately followed by going back to Chris's house and seeing Sans. Also, your running speed here is a little bit slower than it normally is. Now that we're here, I'm hoping you all were laughing. Whoever was here was laughing at the start of Chapter 3. I went through so much effort and I didn't see a chat message, and I just tried to play it off like nothing happened. In the game files, if you go to Steam, right-click on Deltarune and click on Properties. No, not Properties. Right-click on Deltarune, hover over Manage. Now, where the fuck is it? Yeah, and then Browse Local Files. You can see all the things for the chapters. The reason why this took a little bit longer to get through, for, like, Toby to release the chapters was because he had wanted to make it so that each chapter was its own separate game that Deltarune loads in. And Game Maker had to specifically make that feature for Toby Fox for Deltarune. But if you go there, you can see all of the folders for each chapter lined up, Chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if you click on Chapter 3 and the video folder, all that happens in there is, shit with screen recordings. That's why that happens with the screen recording that I do. It, stops working for a second when I do the chapter, or, like, load a chapter in. But words. The thing with Tenna's video, it's literally just a video the game loads. But for some reason, when trying to customize it, it crops the screen, so you have to make the video really, really, really tiny to make it work. So I had to go through the beginning of Chapter 3, like, 4 separate times, just to see that cutscene. It takes, like, 4 minutes to skip all the dialogue and get back there. I do that multiple times to make the video. For anyone who had not seen it at the beginning, I don't think I could play it now, but, I can figure out. It might be loud. If I do this, it's probably gonna be loud. If I do, where is it? Media source. Alright, expect this to be loud for, like, just a second. Alright, yeah. Let me do that and click pause. And you have to make, because this is the full video, but you have to crop it to get it to work in the game. So it was something like this-ish. And then it's from here. So I have to do advanced audio properties and then media source, monitor, and output so I can hear it. Yeah, and then lower it. So I had it play the beginning of the cutscene. But I remembered there was a Siva Gunner rip from, like, 9 years ago. I think it was Dating Fight. Or Dating Tense. I think it was Dating Fight. Undertale rip from 9 years ago. I'm not gonna play that full thing right now, but then you saw at the beginning, and then I put the technical difficulties thing, and then it transitions into Mr. Antenna's TV time. So I had to make that for the intro. I thought it was funny. Responding to a text. So. Man, It's a good thing Tenna isn't around to see this shit. Tenna's fucking dead. Tenna would be so devastated right now if he was alive to see this. There's a really good animation I saw of Sans and Toriel dancing. It was a really cool 3D animation. I'm a longtime Soriel shipper from Undertale. It's just that it's really funny to say that because Chris doesn't want this at all. Frisk was pretty much down for anything. Chris does not want this at all. They are, like, looking away slightly. They are, like, ashamed that Sans is in their house right now, hanging out with their mom. And it's really funny to say, Sans, stop fucking my mom! You're, like, 7 feet tall, falling flat on the ground. What is this you sent me? You made me download a video. I could actually... Oh, I deleted the thing from the thing, so now I have to do this. Media source. Downloads. I can't hear it. But yeah. Now I trust Sorcius. Sorcius has been watching my streams for like 5 years. I trust Sorcius with links. Let me press the stop button. I still have the hot chocolate. Let Chris have this one thing. You drank the hot chocolate. It tasted wonderful. Your throat tightened. Alright. Is this ending cutscene different? Oh, I just realized I still have the game muted. I clicked something and the game was muted. I didn't mean to do that. I'm still here in the cage. Just a gay baby in a cage. When you're inside, there's no escape. Oh, Chris's phone is on their person, not on the floor. It's Carol. Oh? The plot thickens? Chris, are you there? And I'll just leave a message. You are going to the festival tomorrow, aren't you? I just wanted to confirm. Noelle said she's really looking forward to seeing you. Ooh. See, that's interesting. Susie doesn't show up at the window. Chris doesn't try to jump out the window. But something's gonna happen. I'm so excited for a year from now. Chapter 5 looks like it's going to be really, really good. Just from my guesswork. Something very interesting is going to happen in Chapter 5. Sorcius, you might actually be right. I think you said this before. On the Chapter 5 page, where it shows 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I personally believe that 6 and 7 aren't there because of... Toby doesn't want to spoil what happens, or, like, tease anything for those chapters just yet, because we're so far off. But I think whatever's happening with Noelle might actually come to an end in Chapter 5. It might culminate in Chapter 5, and that's why there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on there. Because the festival is something this game has been building up toward this whole time. It's been mentioned since Chapter 1, I think. It might have been mentioned in at least Chapter 2. I don't remember if it was in Chapter 1. It's been so long. But the festival's been building up this entire game. And also, Azrael would be... I don't know if Azrael would be home for the festival or after the festival. But something related to Noelle's still happening. And that sounds very interesting. With all of this concluded now... the name of the song that plays on this title screen now is called, Hope Crossed on Their Hearts. I am happy that we have these new chapters of Deltarune to comb through, and that we get to see more of this story, finally. Part of me also really wishes that we just didn't get these at all, and that Toby just teased us with a couple things every now and again, saying development of the game is going smoothly, and you'll get the game eventually, and then the entire rest of the game, chapters 3 through 7, dropped all at once, so we could play the entire rest of the game whenever that released several years from now. Because now we're just kind of back where we were before chapters 3 and 4 came out. We had such a long time to speculate on everything that was happening in this game. And now we have to do that all again. And it's not that I can't do it, it's that I don't want to do it. You know, I just finished editing this video, like a couple hours ago, and now I'm about to, like, stop and go to bed. It's 6:30 in the morning, and this video was already 30% done processing, but I had to stop it because I needed to record this idea that I had. I know I just said that I don't want to sit here in anticipation for the next year for the game to happen, and I don't want to go through all these theories and have them be wrong, but here's my hot take theory. I already have the theory of Asgore's Flower Shop being the Dark World of Chapter 5. Something that could happen is that we had the secret boss of Chapter 4, Gerson, be a Susie-only boss fight. And that was Susie breaking free from her own struggles of self-doubt and wanting to become the hero that she wants to be. That is her freedom. We already had Chris's freedom with Spampton Neo, and now we have Susie's freedom with Gerson. But something is going to happen in Chapter 5, and it's entirely possible that possibly one of the flowers, one of his special flowers from Asgore's wedding bouquet that he keeps in the glass cases, possibly the golden flower, will be the secret boss. It could be anything flower related as the secret boss with the shadow crystal, but it might be a flowy-like entity and have it be a Ralsei only secret boss. And I have this idea because Ralsei, through the last couple chapters, has wanted to break free of being just a Darkner with a Darkner's purpose. Ralsei has been having thoughts of being more than that, and not being just a thing to be discarded after the story is over. Ralsei wants to be his own person. That was discussed at the end of Chapter 2, and then even through Chapter 3 with Ralsei playing the video games on his own while Chris was doing their own thing. Ralsei then also just breaks down crying in Chapter 4 if you go to his room, and he's like, I don't know if I should be thinking these things. Is it right for me to be thinking these things? So Rousey wants to break free from being a Darkner with a Darkner's purpose. And after Chapter 1 came out, Toby Fox on Fangamer was selling this Rousey shirt of Rousey covered in flowers. And right when this came out, Toby tweeted out, "Rousey's shirt, he's always getting mixed up with flowers, isn't he?" That hasn't happened. This could be next level foreshadowing from all the way back in 2018 of Rousey being involved with flowers. Because flowers, Asgore's Flower Shop. Azrael Dreamer, Flowey the Flower. Possible Golden Flower as the secret boss fighting up against Rousey, and Rousey wanting to break free from being a Darkner with a Darkner's purpose. Could be massive foreshadowing here of all that, you know? That's my thing. I don't know if that'll be true, but I think that would be very neat of Rousey having his own secret boss thing. Going along with the other stuff with possibly Chapter 5 being the final chapter of the Weird Route, could also be something as well. It's also possible that maybe the game just straight up ends at Chapter 5, and the only way to get the true ending and get to Chapters 6 or 7 or whatnot, you have to get all the Shadow Crystals, possibly get all the eggs too, but you have to comb through the whole game to make sure that you can possibly defy the prophecy in some way. Because we don't even know what the purpose of the Shadow Crystals even are. We're collecting them, and Shawm says we should be, for something really great at the end, but we don't know what that is. So keep this in mind. Keep in mind Floral Rousey when Chapter 5 comes out next year. Flower King Dark World, Rousey related secret boss with flowers. Maybe. I don't want to sit here in anticipation and wait for everything else to come out. I want it all right now, which is the whole reason why Toby Fox didn't release Chapter 5 right now, or didn't wait to release Chapters 3, 4, and 5, and just did Chapters 3 and 4 of Toby Fox, please release your game soon. But I think the developers of Undertale Yellow did an amazing thing by just releasing their proof of concept demo in 2016, and then waited and waited and waited. Did a couple teasers talking about some characters every now and again. But we didn't even know who Soroba was. Soroba and Starlo I don't think were teased at all before the release of Undertale Yellow. But it took them 7 years, 8 years to make their game real, and then it was all released all at once, and we got to appreciate Undertale Yellow for what it was and everything that it did. And other stuff like Delta Traveler and Team Switch Underswap for those fan games, those are also going the chapter by chapter release structure. And it's I would love to play the rest of the game. It's amazing that what we have is what we have, but also I need to see the rest of it. Because I loved playing all the way through Yellow. I'm so happy Yellow was not... I played the Ruins demo, and then maybe 2 years later we get the Snowed-In demo, and we play 2 hours of Snowed-In, and then the Dunes finally show up, and this whole selling point of Yellow with the Dunes finally happens, and we finally see the Dunes, and the Dunes does last a while. The Dunes and the Wild East on a casual playthrough lasts quite a while. That took me a whole 4 hours to get through originally. 4 to even 5 total. But still, I'm so glad that game is a full game right now. And I'm so sad that Deltarune is not a full game right now. Toby Fox wants this to happen more than anybody because it's his own creation he came up with in 2014 and has waited over a decade. And by the time it's done, probably a decade and a half by the time Deltarune is actually fully out and fully realized. And I can't wait for then, because I really want to play it. It's just really sad that game development takes as long as it does, because I know more than anything he wants this game to be fully out. But now we're just stuck again, of just having to think about Woody from Toy Story, And what does the rest of the what is the part of the prophecy we didn't see? Who is the Roaring Knight? Is the Roaring Knight Carol Holiday? Is the Roaring Knight December Holiday? Is the Roaring Knight someone else entirely that still hasn't been identified yet? Because those might be red herrings too. And just so many other things to think about. Where the hell's Onion? Onion didn't show up at all. Where was Onion? Onion said they'd be back tomorrow, and then just didn't come back at all. So, I will still be listening to and watching a bunch of Deltarune theories over the course of the next year. And when Toby says next year, he could mean 6 months from now on January 1st, or he could mean an entire year and a half from now on December 31st. We have no idea when in 2026 Chapter 5 was going to come out. But I will be there. I will be there for when Chapter 5 comes out, and I will play it, and I will hopefully enjoy the hell out of it. If we had the entire rest of the game right now, I think the sting of me not enjoying Chapter 3 as much wouldn't hurt as bad. Because, yeah, Chapter 3 wasn't my favorite in the game, but we'd also still have the entire rest of the story to go through. Part of Omori, as well, I was so enthralled with everything that was happening in Omori, and if Omori was in development hell like this game is, what is it? And, like, that game also released chapter by chapter, I would not be as enthralled with the game as I was. That is also true. Toby Fox did develop, like, some injury in his hand, so it is hard for him to develop some stuff. I don't know if he still uses a trackball, but years ago he said he was developing, like, Deltarune with, like, a trackball, which is, like, insane. So hopefully he's been better. I don't remember if he, like, said anything else about that. I think at one point he said he was better, but I don't remember. I'd have to look into that again. Like, I completely forgot about that until just now. But still. It is very, very disappointing that Chapter 3 has absolutely nothing in the weird route, because you do all this amazing stuff in Chapter 2, and the entire second half of Chapter 2 is completely different. And then Chapter 3 has nothing at all. And then Chapter 4 only has one cutscene at the very start of it, and a couple other small moments that are interesting and add up to something. I just wish there was a little bit more. Especially Chapter 3 in general. There could have been something. Like, Tenna does reference December and stuff like that, and there are other characters in the chapter who reference Noelle. Something could have come of that, because Noelle is the main focus of the weird route. So something could have happened, and there was just nothing. So, Chapter 3 left me disappointed at the end of the day. I enjoyed it on a first playthrough, on a casual playthrough, but then having to go back and do the Shadow Crystal stuff was incredibly annoying. I hate the Roaring Knight fight. It's not fun. I never want to do it ever again. And then the fact that there's no weird route stuff at all in Chapter 3 is just disappointing. So overall, Chapter 3 just leaves me disappointed. But Chapter 4, on both routes, was incredibly interesting, and I loved it a lot. So, that's the end. There's definitely other secrets in Deltarune that I've missed, and I will be seeing all that. I will be combing over the game with other theories and other videos from other people. But for now, that is Deltarune. And I will play other fan games in the future. I think I heard at one point there's supposed to be another massive update to Ribbit at some point in time. And I still will be playing upcoming chapters to Delta Traveler and Team Switch Underswap and any other fan games that come out. I do have an interest in a fan game called Deltarune Hypothesis, which was supposed to, like, predict and showcase, like, other ideas that people came up with for future Deltarune chapters, and I'm kind of curious now. I didn't want to play it before 3 and 4 came out, but now I kind of want to play it after, because I want to see what other people came up with, and what they got right and what they didn't get right. So, expect a playthrough of that, maybe. At some point, I don't know. But yeah, we now have to wait sometime in next year for the rest of Chapter 5, and then there's still 2 more chapters after that. So, until then, as soon as the screen comes back, This was all streamed live at twitch.tv/Pokeball35, link in the description down below. If you're not already subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do so, because I do have a lot to offer. My full, completely blind playthrough of Chapter 2 from 4 years ago is up on YouTube. You can see that if you missed it. My full blind playthrough of Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Chapter 3 is in 2 separate parts, Chapter 4 is in 4 separate parts. And then this whole video for the Weird Route should be condensed down into one big video as well. So that will be all. Thank you very much for watching, Deltarune, and again, subscribe, follow on Twitch, stream live, etc. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in whatever comes next.